You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into one of the best fisheries in the country. I know you may hear that a lot. I know we started the Elite Series at Gunnersville, but if you've never heard of Sam Rayburn Reservoir, you're going to get a full display of how good this fishery is today. We've got records that have already fallen through 2 days of the Bassmaster Opens already, and we know we have a great top 10 that should put on a show for this final day. We've cut the field from 211 anglers down to just the top 10. We will get to watch them take off from Jasper, Texas there at Humphrey Family Pavilion. Takeoff starting right now. This is the second stop of the Bassmaster Opens for the season, and it is the first stop of Division 2. We have 2 divisions, 4 events in each division, and this is the way that our standings laid out. Not after 3 days, not after 4 days. This is just a 2-day leaderboard. 62 pounds, 5 ounces for Pake South. He's an Elite Series rookie coming back to his home state. He doesn't get a Texas event for the Elite Series this year, so he said, let's fish an open and let's put on a show. 62.5, leading so far, leading by 5 pounds over Jace Lindsay. Welcome into the Yokohama Tire.
It's been a fun tournament so far.
Here we are at Takeoff.
I found a hard spot in practice. I had, like thousands of bass on it. It was I knew it was a pretty magical spot, and me and another guy are sharing it, and we actually both made the top 10 off of it. So that's pretty crazy. So it's a pretty good spot. So we beat on it pretty good, but we've caught some big bags off of it. He had 27 yesterday. I had 28 the first day. Caught a 11 off of it. He caught a 9 yesterday. I lost a 10. So there's a bunch of big ones around. They're getting pretty smart, but there's still a pile of them there, and there's some big ones roaming around. So we're gonna get down there, and hopefully they bite when we get there, and we get them fired up and catch a big bag today.
All right, most of y'all know with one leg Martin, drove straight through the Big Sam, no practice, just kind of showed up, went fishing, just have some fun, wanted to chase some giants, and lo and behold, we're sitting in the top 10. We're in 6. We got like 58 or 59 2-day totals, so I think that's right. No, I got 48. 48 2-day totals. Sorry, I can't do math. Sitting in 6. We're gonna run around and try to catch some big ones today. Never know what you run into on this place. Place got giants, so we're gonna go swing for them.
I'm gonna go run. I'm gonna go start where I've caught my weight the first 2 days, and then as soon as that wind picks up, we're gonna move around and try to get out of that wind, get a little more protected, and then we're gonna just go run a bunch of drains and see if we can't run into the right ones, chasing some gizzard shad. That seems to be where the majority of the big ones are right now. They're down in the bottom of these drains chasing big gizzards. That's why guys are catching them on a giant minnow right now. It's a really fun bite, and you can get right in a hurry. Everyone says go drop 40, but it actually really is a possibility on this lake. You just got to get around them, and it can happen fast.
Day 3, Championship Saturday here on Sam Rayburn. Super excited to get out there. It's going to be an interesting day to say the least. This is the biggest school of bass that I've ever found, but we wore them out pretty good yesterday just to make it to today. So we might have to scramble around and try to do something a little bit different, but we're going to keep it honest for a while this morning. I'm catching them a bunch of different ways. I am looking at a screen a little bit, but that big plug has been playing a big role in the bags that I've been catching, so I'm going to wheel that thing around quite a bit. It's going to make it happen today. Super excited to get out there.
Today, I really don't know what's going to happen. My spots that I've been really wanting to hit, we had a really good first day on them. Caught a little over 36 pounds. Dream day on Rayburn. Unfortunately, those fish have kind of left, and I don't know what's going to happen today. We're going to run all over the lake, and I'm content with a top 10 for sure, but that's the lowest we can go. So today we're going to go out swinging. 5 big bites, that's what we're going to go hunting for, and we're going to run all over the lake trying to get them.
Going on, everybody? Jace, Lindsay here. Getting ready to kick off day 3 here at the Bassmaster Open on Sam Rayburn. We've had we had a good first 2 days. We've got a little over 57 pounds right now for a 2-day total. It's crazy to say they're smashing them. We're still 5 pounds out of the lead. So, today we're going to go run around all over the place and see if we can't catch a giant bag and rally bag and win this thing. So, I don't know, we're looking for a 30 to 40 pound bag today. There's giants swimming around everywhere out there. They're pretty smart. But, you run into enough of them, you can catch 5 of them. Anything's possible out here, so we're going to go swing for the win.
All right, just wrapped up the Elite on Lake Martin, and now we're here in Texas at Sam Rayburn. Feels great to be back in my home state. I'm only like 3 hours from the house. A lot bigger fish. Not as many fish as Lake Martin, but they're definitely a little bit bigger. I'm feeling good. You know, it's fishing pretty much exactly like my home lake of Lake Fork. So it's been a good week so far. I didn't get a whole lot of practice. Kind of had to go figure it out on day one, and then put some pieces together and busted a really big bag yesterday, and we're sitting in the lead. So gonna go out there today and try to bust another giant bag. We can't slack off at all today. There's giants in here, so anything can happen. And I think anybody in the top 5's really got a shot to win this deal, so we've got to go put the nails in the coffin today and catch a really big bag.
Let's talk a little bit about.
There's most of our top 10. We got a cast of characters for sure. Some young, some veterans, a couple Texans mixed in as well. Young man there, Pake South, made the Elite Series last year, did great in the points race throughout Division II, but didn't make the Bassmaster Classic. He gets the chance to make next year's Bassmaster Classic today with a win, and that is one thing a lot of these anglers are searching for. Hey, why don't you just knock it out for 2027 and then worry about making the Elite Series the rest of the season? You got Andrew there, and I believe Ryland. Those are the two talking about sharing a big school of fish, and they did have a different 2 days, 21 and 27 with 28 and 19, but those two anglers are 7th and 8th. Now it's welcome into the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Studios. Ronnie Moore here with Mike Sukon. You've heard enough from me this morning. We will hear plenty from Such, but we've also got Elite Series Pro and Sam Rayburn legend. If anybody speaks about Sam Rayburn that you need to listen to, it is this man, Keith Combs. Keith, welcome into the studios. Thanks for driving up. I know the tournament's 10 minutes from the house, but you drove 6 hours up to be with us today.
Yeah, it's great to be in the studio. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, definitely felt weird driving away from the tournament. I don't do that very often, but you know, we had back-to-backs on the Elite Series. I had some things going on around the house I needed to catch up on. So this tournament was a good one for me to set out on, and we'll talk fishing.
It probably will sting a little bit today, Such, as Keith watches some places. He's probably caught them in the past, put out giant bags, because this week we've had some records falling at this Bassmaster Open.
Well, yeah, Ronnie. Riley Harris comes in with 36 pounds, 15 ounces, the top opens weight ever. Beat Scott Martins from 2 years ago, 33.2. And then Pake South, who caught a 10-pounder on day one to get 28 pounds, catches 34 pounds and 4 ounces on day two. And there's the top 2 opens. We could beat the total overall 90 pounds, 6 ounces total 3-day weight. And also Harris had an 11.14, which is the second largest bass ever caught in an opens competition.
Incredible. We've got big bass. We have big bags overall. And the weather conditions this week, last year they only got to fish 1 day at Sam Rayburn. Winds blew, storms threatened the area. This week we have good weather conditions, but the water level is 9 feet low, and we'll get into that more. I think Keith Combs said prior to us going live, about 67% full when you're thinking about the water table. That will change this fishery, and we're going to get back out on the water as Takeoff has now concluded. The 10 boats are out for the final day of competition here at the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open. We have anglers heading to their first spots, and like we mentioned, a win today will get you a berth into the Bassmaster Classic, barring the fact you fish the rest of the 4-event division for Division II. For the rest of the season. Pake South 62.5 is leading. Jace Lindsay 5 pounds behind at 57.5. Riley Harris 56.4. Got Colin Crawford there 51.2. And then Colby Bryant, you may not know him, but I know him from the College Series. A Texas hammer rounding out our top 5. So we get out early, close to Takeoff, not too far away. Fisher Anaya, he mentioned not a lot of practice, but he is really good friends with Jace Lindsay. I don't know if you got a little bit of intel there to make this place a little easier to break down, but he leaves the dock in 6th this morning.
We probably made the shortest run out of anybody here. Not very far from the ramp. Found these big ones last year in the Open. Came here yesterday afternoon, caught a big one, so we're gonna ride it out. I've seen a couple more big ones. Most big fish I've seen all week in one area, so maybe they're still here and maybe they want to bite this morning. Right here she is. Looks like a fairly all right one. It ain't no big one, but it's a decent one. Here she comes. Oh no. She ain't gonna bite again. Didn't see this one up here. He looks kind of big, actually. Here he comes. He's not that big. He's a decent one. Not gonna bite.
The banks may look the same at Lake Martin as they do here, and this man, Fisher Anaya, wins in his second Elite Series event ever, becoming the another rookie to take a title early in their careers. But that's where the similarities end. Lake Martin, the water was low, and he was able to catch him. Yeah, it was, the water's wet and the banks were dry, Keith. But you came from Lake Martin as well. Just barely missed the cut for you, but to see Fisher Anaya, really to see anyone gain weight every single day. Started with 11 pounds, gets up to 12 and a half and change, 12 and 3/4. Then you get 14, and then on the final day, the biggest bag of the tournament, it really started to get better for a couple anglers as we got to the final day.
Yeah, he killed it over there. Definitely. I mean, those are very hard bags to catch. You know, 14 pounds on that lake is probably equivalent to catching a 30-pound on Rayburn. Absolutely full of fish. Martin's a fun place to fish, but catching those kind of fish is key, and he did it every single day.
We've got warm weather at Sam Rayburn, but we didn't have that necessarily at Lake Martin. It was frigid at Gunnersville, but started a little bit of a warming trend into that event. You see there, celebration with family, and then with Gerald Swindle, who's somebody who's taken him under his wing the last few years. But congrats to Fisher Anaya winning that. But we have vastly different,
a little bit of a different lake here. A lot different from Lake Martin. We went from catching 2.5 pound spotted bass to 8, 9 pound largemouth, but doing the same style deal, just catching pre-spawner, staged up. Before they want to go spawn, as y'all can tell, the water's way down here, and the water was down at Martin, so I'm kind of doing the same thing, just looking for structure that's right out off the bank, something for these bank fish or shallow fish to go to. And so far it's worked this week. I've not seen a ton of big ones, but when I do find one, I usually catch her, so we're going to keep riding that pattern. Seeing a lot more fish at Lake Martin, but same style deal, doing the same thing, different lake, just targeting bigger fish.
Don't make the cut if you didn't target bigger fish. It took 18 and change a day to get paid this week, top 45.
That's awesome weight.
23 pounds a day to make top 10.
As we head from one Elite Series rookie to another, Pake South, a little farther in that east arm here at Rayburn.
Do what?
A lot more timber as we get farther back in the creeks.
Got them figured out a little bit. All we need is 5 of them to eat today. The right ones live here.
Water level kind of almost concentrated in little pockets more instead of spread out on the bank. You're saying they were.
I was expecting it to, but I think it got so warm so quick that they just all started moving up shallower. So they're more scattered than I would figure. Than I would expect them to be. I think because they're in the process of moving, you know. I think in the next few days they're gonna start to group up more. Or they might not. They should be. I think some of them are spawning right now.
Pake had one of the 3 double-digit fish on day one. His weighed 10-1. Then he did better the next day with 34.4 after 28 something.
He got off to a quick start yesterday too. I saw a big fish come across the board and a limit come out quick
Big
for
one
Pake.
right there on the screen. Holy cow, between the trees, about 60 feet out. Maybe we'll see Pake catch that one in a few minutes. Look at how low Rayburn can get. 9 feet low, abnormal for February. We'll get into that and more with Keith when we get back. Pake South, no movement on our leaderboard so far, so he still holds a 5-pound lead over Jace Lindsay. Some anglers still just getting to their areas. Some are making their first casts of the day, but what we know, it's going to be a great day at Sam Rayburn. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens here, presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you by Skeeter Boats this week. We're in the home state of Skeeter. And we are at Big Sam Rayburn Reservoir, Jasper, Texas, the south end of the lake. It's the place to be. If you've ever seen a lake set up for fishermen, this is one. Plenty of places to stay. Communities all built around bass fishing. So we check out the lake and our top 10, the way they're distributed. We go out to an area that both anglers said they were sharing, and it was the biggest school of fish they've ever found. Ryland, Hamlin, and Andrew Behnke.
I don't want to be number one. Two-pounder.
Ryland Hamlin catching bait early on this final day for what he's been catching this week and what these guys have done. And that's hard, Keith, is when you found an area. These anglers who found this school of fish and practice are like, I hope I have it to myself. It's the biggest school I found, but then when you share it with someone, you both catch upper 20 bags off of it one of the days. It makes it hard for someone to win off this spot, and you can see both of them able to make a top 10 so far with it.
Keith, how old do you think Ryland looks there?
Ryan looks to be about 17, maybe. Yeah.
He's 19 from
okay.
Jackson, Michigan. He had a personal best this week in 11.7.
Wow, that's a
Day
big
one.
fish. That's a big
So
one.
seeing bait fish is a big plus. There we go.
Two northerners sharing in this spot. Michigan angler, and Andrew is a firefighter from Wisconsin.
Come on, buddy.
Last few days, early starts for these anglers.
A little baby, but
2-pounder for Ryland though, and probably just under that, or a 2-pounder himself for Andrew.
slammed that plug, I can tell you that. Come on, lock. 189.
Almost a 2.
Yeah. Right away in the morning. Yeah. Let's do it again.
Andrew is tied for our oldest at 32 with Colby Bryant in the field today. That averages 24 years old. Our top 10 average is 24 years old.
And I mentioned Colby. He went to Sam Houston State, northwest end of the lake.
Boy, that bottom.
So he
It
knows.
doesn't
Sam
hurt you to
Rayburn
be able
very
to
well.
skip class
Oh.
and get out on the water,
Oh,
huh?
absolutely. Same age as me. We were all about skipping class back then.
That's right.
I don't think he's that big. Bite, let's go.
No.
Get your big butt up in here. How about a way to start championship Saturday, boys? Yes, sir. It's a good one. It's a way to start. It's more like it. Probably a 4-pounder. Oh yeah, 4.5, 4 1/4. Almost 4 1/4. Not bad.
Must have been weird clearing his scale out on day 1 at Rayburn from his winning bag at Martin. You don't want to clear it, Keith, but boy, you don't mind clearing it with a 7-pounder at Rayburn.
About as big as fish at Martin, a 4 1/4.
No, you catch a 4 1/4 at Rayburn, it barely raises an eyebrow. At Martin, it makes your whole week.
You might yell a little bit.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to measure that one.
Keith, we get big schools of fish, Tennessee River. They group up sometimes by size. Rayburn, is it time of year when they may get size? Where this time of the year it's all kinds of size mixed together, or?
You'll get some good variety. Really just in general, with the lake being as low as it is, a lot of times you get on a school of fish at Rayburn and it's a lot of the same cookie cutter 2-3 pounders. But you got to figure, this lake is 67% of a lake, but it's still got the same amount of fish. So those big fish are going to be related to those schools a little bit more. I've noticed that over the past year. We'll set on a school on a guide trip or something like that and catch 2-pounder, 2-pounder, 2-pounder. But every once in a while there'll be that random 7 in there.
Heard of a lot of anglers on stage yesterday.
Just keep it going, man. We got them fired up.
Leaving, who said, boy, I got to watch live today to figure out what the heck I did wrong and what these guys are doing to. All these guys in the top 10 caught more than 25 pounds one day.
Yeah.
They had 3 bags over 30.
A lot of times you watch live and really come to the conclusion that you didn't miss the deal by too much. Maybe just one key bite or just getting in a bigger fish area.
Get myself a little more slack.
That fish is a little poor. We won't see many of those kind today. You notice that they're thick on Rayburn this time of year.
What you got? 1 3/4. 1 3/4. Dude, let's keep it going. Let's get a limit quick.
I think sometimes they might be grinding big time on the bottom, but also if it was 9 feet higher, it wouldn't maybe be accessible by most crankbaits. Like you're not going to be able to reach the bottom. That's a whole another level of deep if it was full pull. So we head out to Pake South in a minefield of trees.
Little guy. But he's number 1. Two even. I would have loved some of them last week. Do what?
Finding anything down there that they're eating?
No.
Pake South, that eastern arm, the northeastern arm of Rayburn, as we head back out to the Northerners, sharing a big school of fish. I believe we've got drone out there as well with those two guys today trying to catch that spectacle, and you can see that, Keith, break down. Obviously we can see the high spot there on our Google Maps, but man, it's painted well when the water is low.
Yeah, that's pretty much a typical Rayburn, just pre-spawn pattern. You know, it's a channel swing point, what we would call a channel swing point, just where a big main lake drain runs in against that island, and that's what they're working over. You know, those fish are just there probably on bait fish.
Andrew said it's great when he sees bait present on his graph, because these fish, maybe they don't have much cover. They maybe have some wood in some places, some hard cover, but not a lot of grass compared to normal, Keith, you were saying.
Yeah, there's virtually no hydrilla in Rayburn, and that's a rarity. You know, just the way that last spring set up, and then with the extreme low water, there's hardly anything left. And you know, the area that they're fishing really doesn't have a lot of cover at all. You know, you might have some man-made brush or an occasional stump. Those fish are just related to that drop, just related to bait. But still, I mean, that's a viable big fish pattern. I like the guys that are kind of targeting the timbered areas a little bit more, because I feel like that's where the fish are not only going to stage, but they're going to spawn. But they're getting the job done in fairly open water this week too.
We got another one. Well, the wind will blow it over here. No big deal. I'd rather have it break on a cast than break on a fish.
Andrew Behnke on your left, Ryland, Hamlin on your right. You mentioned it's 9 feet low, but it's not necessarily drought like you see or drawdown, but they had some stuff they were working on, some things they were taking care of.
Yes, you would, if you drove by the dam at Rayburn last summer, you would see there was a big project going on. They were adding riprap and doing some repairs to the dam. So that got the lake low in the summer, and we just haven't caught up on the springtime and fall rains
Come
yet.
on, do it. Do it.
Fish followed it for 20 feet, almost right beside it.
There we go. That's a nice start.
Good boy.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be culling this one by the end of the day, though. That's the plan. 3 3/4. Number 2.
I was down looking at your scope and I tilted you catch it.
Awesome.
312 will put him right there around that 66-pound mark if it's not reflected in Bass Track in a moment. Got Fisher Anaya on the board as well. Andrew Behnke with a couple smaller ones. You see Andrew has taken over Fisher just by quantity. Pake South updates. Oh,
there it is, 68.
68, 1. Jace Lindsay still waiting to get started. Riley Harris, our day 1 leader, same thing for him. We got a couple fish on the board, a couple of the right ones for Rayburn, but we know there are big ones waiting to be caught. Welcome back to Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Big Sam, as they call it. Big fishery, lot of big fish as well. Low water conditions this week we've talked about this morning. If you're just joining us, Pake South 68 pounds and an ounce. That's 2 fish on the board for him. Jace Lindsay 57.5 started in second, yet to put one in the boat. Riley Harris same thing. Andrew Behnke, a few fish in the boat, has moved him from 7th place to 4th. Fisher Anaya adding a 4+ pounder early this morning to slide into 5th. That's your top 10 for the final day here at Sam Rayburn. see where they're all distributed on this fishery currently. So we head out to 2 anglers from the north sharing an area, not by choice, but because this is one of the biggest schools of fish either of these anglers have ever found. And it has
Give us a couple more casts and we're
day.
gonna go shake a minnow around a little bit. I know, man. Talk about a fun way to reel in a bass. Bottom. I know. Dude, that's a fish. Not big, probably a spot. We don't need these. But I'll take a limit. Actually, we gotta measure that one first.
I'm pretty sure he's voice 14. For a second there.
Kind of sounded like it, didn't he? Flashback to Lake Martin right there. 1-7 spot.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. Come on.
Gotta be 14 inches to be a keeper this week.
Chill. 1 1/4. Well, that's 5. We got a limit. We got some work to do. We're gonna make it happen. We got all day.
Keith Combs, did you take that tack where I got my 5, now I can go head hunting? Did you like to get your 5 quickly, or you happy to get 1 bite every hour and a half and go that way?
I mean, generally this time of year on Rayburn, you need to make hay pretty quick. So, you know, catching 5 like what he's got, really just, it's not going to do you any good. So, and I think he's caught big fish on this school. I mean, not just numbers say they're just catching, you know, 2-pound fish, but I know in his mind he's got to get a couple probably big ones out of that school pretty quick before he leaves.
Well, Hamlin had 11.7 there, a PB, and I think Behnke had a 9-pounder.
Yeah. They're going to need those kind today.
I mean, together, I don't know if they've all caught all their fish in the same spot, but they got
generally
together they got about
really
100
well.
pounds, maybe not all from that spot, but
that's a lot of fish.
Most of it has been for sure. That's why you think now maybe the crankbait bite isn't lining up size-wise for him. So maybe they've dispersed from that school the big ones, and that's why he maybe go hunting with a minnow in a few minutes.
Yeah, they're fishing really close to some deep water too, and you see there's not a lot of cover in that area. He's hooked up.
Yes, sir. There we go. It's not a bad way to start the day.
Got a gut on him for sure. Started 5 pounds behind, and
about a 4:15 to start the day right at 5-pounder.
yeah, and that's a good way to close that gap, Keith. Now you know at minimum if he thinks, hey, the leader might not have caught one yet. If he hasn't, I've closed that gap. Now I just have to catch a suitable bag with 4 other fish.
Yeah, that's the kind you need for your small fish today. You know, he's got a little bit of ground to make up, but you know, he's obviously around big ones. He's caught them every single day. Been one of the more consistent fishermen this week, and that's his first fish, and it's already a 5-pounder. So he's targeting bigger fish.
Crazy to say it, we're going to have to get rid of this fella for the day ends if we want a shot at this thing.
Texas guys couldn't have said it better. Back to back. You can see he's been wearing his bibs on his jacket. There's Keith. It has worn a mark in his jacket.
I know it. 5-pounders are just rats.
They've
out
been
here.
blessed with some really good weather this week. Light winds every single day.
Take him, though.
But just a beautiful, perfect fishing weather. Cloudy, overcast days, and I haven't seen anybody talk about water temperature. But I fished a couple days ago, and it was 62 degrees.
Throughout the lake, or was that a specific far reaching into the lake? Or
I was over at Kurth Lake, just off of Rayburn,
Okay.
but it's generally pretty close from Rayburn and that lake. So high 50s, low 60s.
Behnke still with a plug in his hand.
Pretty sure. Dragging something, man. Bro, that fish didn't even fight. Just kind of like, yup, you got me.
Get rid of that spot.
Number 3. It's gonna be bigger than that. Come on, just do it. All right. Number 3. Boy,
He gets rid of one of those, like you mentioned, leaner largemouth from earlier this morning.
all right. Upgrade. Baby one, but an upgrade. No. No, mornings have been key. Just waiting for that heart stopping.
Those big ones just kind of scattered out with all the other fish?
Yeah, I mean, you'll catch a bunch of little ones, and then all of a sudden a big one will show up, but you'll see wolf packs of them, and you'll be able to pull 1, maybe 2 out of each wolf pack. You just kind of wait it out. But all that this spot really is, it's a saddle. There we go. That's fighting weird. I don't know if that's gonna probably get rid of one of them spots too. Number 1. Oh yeah. Not much of an upgrade, but an upgrade to say the least.
Gotta wonder if some of these fish have been caught by these guys this week, if it's such a big school and they've gone through so many. That these are fish that have been called out earlier in the week that are now
Keep reeling them in.
needed right now.
It looks like they're on a ton of fish. I mean, he's culling just a few minutes into the day, just hasn't caught any quality yet. But I know he's caught some big ones in the previous days. Rayburn is a different animal on a Saturday, I will tell you that. You know, just over the years,
there we go.
You can
hooked up another one.
He's hooked up every cast.
There we
This
go.
might be a better fish, but
He likes this one.
One's longer.
That's a good one.
One trouble. Come here, baby. That'll help.
Best fish of the day.
Ain't no giant, but that's a good one.
Upgrade, baby, upgrade. That's gonna get rid of number 5.
Used to be a helicopter hover that low for you, Keith, and now
I remember that.
That's just a drone.
I remember when the first time a helicopter flew over my head when I was running down the lake. I was like, what is going on here? And they got close to you. It's kind of a weird feeling.
I remember being in a pocket covering the Classic leader, and someone else who was leading, or like top 5 in the Classic, was running on the main lake, and a helicopter was going backwards in front of them, and I was like, this is the craziest. Like, I think it was the 2016 Classic or something. I said, this is wild.
It is wild. It is wild.
He's
just a drone today.
He's caught over 10 pounds. His best fish yesterday was a 9.4. His personal best he had here.
Plenty of room to grow at Sam Rayburn. You can't catch a giant bag unless you give yourself a chance. He's got the right bait, and he's on a big school of fish. We'll see what Andrew Behnke and Ryland Hamlin do on this spot when we come back. Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at Sam Rayburn Reservoir. The final day here in Jasper, Texas. Boy, what a blessing it's been to get 3 days in. If you remember last year, weather-stricken event, only 1 day, Sam Rayburn to conclude an Open. Chris Miller won that event. Big bag for that single day event. We've had big bags all week, record-setting bags, and Andrew Behnke's been the star of the show this morning. Not the biggest fish, but he has caught dozen fish already this morning off of this big school him and Ryland Hamlin have been sharing.
Game with me, buddy. Come on, come on.
And they're growing up, looks like.
It is. It is indeed.
That's a big one.
Just quit. Just quit. Come on, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Whoa. You think he wanted that? Oh, man. Just gonna get rid of number 2. It's a 6.5.
Wow. Good call. It's going to get rid of
That one don't need a tag.
1 1/4 spotted bass probably. 5-pound upgrade for him. He heard you say he had just 10 pounds each. Now he's got 15 probably. Keith, it's truly indicative to regular family structures. All the little whippersnappers up early, and then the mama, the 3 3/4 wakes up, and then Big Papa wakes up at 6, a 6-pounder. So that's the way that most mornings start, it seems.
Yeah, he needs to keep that school going and make some hay while he can.
Now the uncle will wake up and the brother will wake up. It'll be good.
Eat it. Oh yeah.
Almost not a bad one. Yeah. Wasn't gonna lose her. Golly. Three and a half or so.
Pake started his day with a 2-pounder and a 3 3/4. Now.
Be still. Quit flopping. She's just wiggling just enough to where it won't lock on anything. Let's lock her in at that. Another 3 3/4.
That's a big fish this week. A 10-1 on day one. I think yesterday I looked at his bass track. I think he had a 8-8, a 7-8, a straight flush, a 6-8, a 5-8, and another 5 and change to get to 34-4.
Yeah, it's an impressive bag. I think he's working an area where the fish are a lot closer to spawning. I heard him reference that earlier. Some of the fish he thinks are spawning.
You think they're moving in between or up? Or
he's got both in his area. I think he's got some spawners and he's got some that are just staging in the trees.
Oh, it's not that big, but it's a good one. Another solid one. That thing felt massive when I hit that thing. Had her reeling her in with the whole mouth wide open. 3 1/4. Getting the ball rolling now. Now we just need 3 10-pounders and we'll have a shot. Not too much to ask for.
I mean, it's just, he's being completely honest there, and Pake South might be okay with catching 3 3/4 right now, but Keith, that adds up at the end of the day to be just under 20 pounds, and 20 pounds will not get you the win today, most likely, even with a 5-pound lead.
No, I don't. Even for Pake, you know, having that lead, he's going to need more than 20 today. It is a different animal on a Saturday, but I mean, these guys are catching them.
Naya hooked up again.
Begging. Get your big butt up in here. We on quality today, and I ain't been on quality all week.
Yeah, just stay tight right there. Let's just see.
Same bait as like last week.
Yeah, it is. Just upgraded tackle.
A little bigger.
I don't think it's a watermelon or a green pumpkin. I think it's a little bit more red and black this time.
Yeah, red.
Whatever it's imitating.
What are we gonna call this thing?
It looks like an urchin. Right, well. You crack it open and eat the insides like an oyster. 4.5 pounder. It's weird to see someone who's caught 28 pounds this week say he hasn't been on quality, but he had a kicker, a big one. So for the most part, if you have a 9-pounder and 28 pounds, you still only had 4, 3 and changes, or 4 and changes. And at Rayburn, that's not quality. Those are limit fillers.
He's got a chance, though. Every fish he's caught has been a good quality fish so far.
Not as good as I thought he was. They're biting right now if we can just find some of the big ones. Three and a half.
Got throat on it.
Yeah. There's peeing.
First look with Colin Crawford. Well, we haven't seen someone shake a minnow in a while. We've seen him throwing dice around, Keith, but first minnow fish of the day. Colin Crawford going old school on us.
Old school, get you going.
Going 2025 on us.
The big minute, get you going early in the morning.
Pound, 3/4, pound and a half.
Crawford started the day in 4th, Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Not too far from the Little Rock studio, just a few hours away there to the west.
20-year-old.
Fishing in his 18th B.A.S.S. tournament. He's gone all the way back to the junior championship. Keith, we've got records now of the young kids starting, so they're showing up on their Bassmaster page. His first ever tournament was the junior championship back in the day.
Junior championship.
High school championship in 2020, and now he's in an open finale in 2026.
Pretty cool.
Should be a limit there for Pake South.
Well, rod's in the lake. Look at whew. There's a whole school of them. Swimming around. It's number 5, quick limit. Another 3.5.
1 hour into the day, he fills his limit. He said quick limit, which tells me that maybe it's taken him a little longer the previous 2 days to catch his full 5. Maybe he's caught a big one by this point, but actually filling his limit. 1 hour into the day for him, and plus 211 boats, Keith. He might have just been getting to his spot, you know, on one of the days if he had a late boat number as well.
Absolutely, yeah. It's frustrating in the opens because the field is so big. It takes some time to get out. It can get you off your game. I watched yesterday, and I looked at Bass Track, and Pake had a big one early. He had an 8.8 early. That's all he's missing right now.
He's up to 16 pounds and change.
Biggest fish of the day from Andrew Behnke. The last time we saw him, a 6 and change.
He's hooked up with another big one here. Yep.
Do circles. Just do circles.
Oh boy.
Circle right over here. Come here.
Huh? Huh? Yeah, baby. Thank you, Lord. Oh my gosh. Dude, I just broke my PB again. That's an 11.
Wow.
Oh my, look at that thing. What a beast. Oh, that is awesome. We're gonna have to move some fish around after that one.
That's 3 good ones for him, right? A 6, an 11, and a 4.
That's what you call it.
And he's caught those, the last 3 fish have all been good ones.
Yeah. Got a 9-pound cull. He's up to 28 pounds on the day.
28 with a couple 2-pounders in the mix.
Still a couple 2-pounders.
How far was he back?
Started the day 48 pounds 6 ounces, was about 14 pounds behind. But you can't make up a 14-pound gap without catching 28 pounds early. Andrew Behnke moving way up the leaderboard from 7th into the top 2 thanks to an 11-pound PB that we'll see again when we come back.
Oh my, look at that thing. What a beast. Oh, that is awesome. We're gonna have to move some fish around after that one. Yes, yes, that's a PB. That's another PB right there.
An 11-pounder. Welcome to Sam Rayburn Reservoir. Andrew Behnke started in 7th, 14 pounds back. He is now within 4 pounds of the lead thanks to his last 3 fish, just under 4 pounds, a 6.5. That's 10.5 pounds right there, Such, his 2 best fish of the day. And then he tops it with an 11-pounder. His last 3 fish, 21 to 22 plus pounds right there, and he is on the right track on this final day. We are an hour and 8 minutes into the fishing day, and he has made big time moves up the leaderboard.
Got that 6.8 earlier and a 4.5 pounder, one near 4, Ronnie, and the 11-1 was about a 9-pound call. He had 18, I think he caught another little one, and now he's up to 28 pounds, 1 ounce. He was 14 back. He's still 4 back. Pake South has a decent limit of close to 4 pounders, 18 pounds for him.
Another 2-pounder still in the live well for Andrew.
2 4s is small, 312. 4 pounds is nothing on Sam Rayburn, Ronnie.
We're going back out to the big school that, hey, Ryland, Hamlin, I love you, brother, but he is getting shown the way right now between these 2 anglers.
It's pretty high. It's pretty crazy. 2nd day in a row of broken my PB. And to do it on a deep crankbait is phenomenal. It's awesome. Like, I love throwing a spinning rod, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm normally a smallmouth guy. I love catching them on light tackle, but something about a bait caster and a big plug just says bass fishing. It's awesome. But we still got some work to do. I mean, obviously we got a pretty good bag so far, but we can still go up. So we're gonna keep plucking away, chunking and winding. We'll stare at that screen when we have to, but right now I'm just gonna keep casting in this area, just milking it out and to see what we can do. There's still big uns here too, so. But what this spot is it's basically a saddle on the point, and there's a high spot right back here. There's a drain coming here, deep water right there. It's just a perfect staging spot for these big fish to pull up.
Great explanation there of a saddle, a ditch leading to a high spot. They're just off the main lake. Like we said, Sam Rayburn 9 feet low. So we head out to Jace Lindsay, who has a good one in the boat, but only 1 keeper so far. He started the day in 2nd.
Number 2 is gonna be about 3.5 probably. Three and 3/4.
At a 5-pounder to start, almost a 4-pounder there. 2 fish for just under 9 pounds for Jace Lindsay to start his day. Those are the right-sized fish.
When I saw it on the scope, I got a lot of interference from these other boats out here. It's kind of making it tough to get a super clean picture. I can just see her tail kicking, so I was like, I might as well check her out.
So when you got a clean picture on your lobster, can you explain how you tell What's a 4-pounder? What's a 6-pounder? What's an 8-pounder?
Man, it's really just time behind the screen, knowing how big the mark looks on the sonar, as far as compared to how far out you're running your screen and how far down. If you run your screen in and up more, they're going to look bigger. If you run it further out and further down, they're going to look smaller. So it's just getting your eyes adjusted to the screen and knowing exactly what you're looking at.
Great lesson there.
Simple as that, huh, Keith Combs? How hard is it to determine I want to throw to that fish?
There are some factors. I mean, he talked about range. There's also how well you have the fish squared up on your sonar too. So if you're dead on him, it's going to give you a really good signal. If the fish is swimming away from you, it's going to look a lot smaller. So there's a lot of factors. For the most part, I think if you see one, you cast at it.
Especially when you're at Sam Rayburn.
Saw the tail.
He saw the tail.
But that is a huge thing. If you're changing it and fishing a lot of different bodies of water, and you maybe have it out 100 feet, and then you go to 60, and you maybe have your auto range for it to adjust, or you keep it in a shallow setting, you have to be keenly aware that you're changing that, because the fish will look bigger or smaller on your graph and
That's
deceive
a gar.
you.
That one's not a gar back there. That's a giant. It fits a bass. Where'd he go?
I don't know if that's just wind and water sloshing, but it looked like there was a water line even on the standing timber there, about half a foot higher than what the water level is now. I don't know if that's a recent change in the water level fluctuation, or if that's just boat waves sloshing water on the trees.
Well, the lake is on a slow rise right now. I think it just came up about 3 inches in the past week or so. So it's on its way up.
Good one. Terrible land job. Three and a half, maybe.
Dude, these fish look like monsters compared to what I was just on in Lake Martin.
Yeah, that was 3 and a half. Healthy one. Pretty good on them black spots.
Nice, dude.
Colin Crawford with another one there as we look at first, second, third, and fourth.
Yeah, I think you were still looking at me. Cause I hooked her and she came straight
Just
up.
different color.
3 fuzzy balls and 1 big plug so far for these boys.
That was insane.
I don't know why they're doing that.
Yeah, I'm becoming a big Andrew Behnke fan with that big plug.
Slow, you sneak it up on them, they'll like spook and run off, and then you gotta wait forever for them to turn back around. She's right back over here.
What's like the memory of it?
Not really sure.
I mean, it's not called like Combs chartreuse, but it might as well be, because when you cross into Texas, I think you stop at the border and tie on your colored plug that we know about. It might not be the one we're seeing here, but it's a staple on this lake. So I know it makes your heart happy, but it's also like, dang it, man, keep the plug to yourself.
Need
like,
a monster bag if I'm going to catch
There's no
Pake,
secret.
so I
That
gotta
catches
keep-
big ones on that lake. Andrew's throwing Tennessee Shad 2.0s is the color. I think he's throwing 6XD. Definitely another really good color on that lake, but he's fishing it fast, fishing it aggressively, and catching 11 pounders. He's doing everything right.
And if he's doing it wrong, we can't tell him
It's
he's
that
wrong,
kind of
because
stuff.
it worked
It's that
once,
kind
at
of
least
stuff
with an
that-
11 pounder. He's got a 6.5 as well.
Just knowing that it's possible, you know?
He's pumped up too. He's already talking about winning this thing.
Well, when you start that far back, you're saying I need 35 to 40 pounds today, and that's not possible until you catch an 11 pounder, and now you're like, okay.
A spot lock.
Okay.
Let this thing spin around.
You catch 4 6s and an 11,
there.
there's 35 pounds, you're good, you're there.
I would feel very confident saying the fish to catch a 40-pound bag are swimming around his boat right now. If he can make all the right casts and land them, this is the time of year where every single season in a team tournament or it could be any kind of tournament, we see low to mid 40-pound bags come out of Rayburn. So anything's possible.
I dare him to. I dare him to catch 35 to 40 pounds today. We would love to see it on Bassmaster Live. And this place, when we say it's one of the best in the country, we mean it. Not far from here is the next Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series event that you can be a part of. We obviously have the Classic for the Kayak Series coming up next month. The next regular season event, Caddo Lake, Lake Bistineau, Shreveport, Louisiana. Scan the QR code, find out about the ever-growing Bassmaster Kayak Series. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, and by Humminbird. Some incredible visuals here at Sam Rayburn with the water being low that you can learn so much from watching Bassmaster Live today on how this place lays out and what lives within it. Like Keith Combs said, hey, only 67% of the lake is full, but the same amount of fish exists. So it's a little bit more like fish in a barrel, and this is a barrel that you want to be fishing on. We've seen Andrew Behnke with an 11+ pounder. It's gonna definitely be in the top 5 biggest bass we've ever seen on Bassmaster Live. And that is giving him a shot from 7th place, 14 pounds back, to now within 1 bite of the lead with Pake South, who also has a limit this morning as well. Anglers are building their bags, and Behnke's the only one with a bag suitable enough to weigh in at Sam Rayburn right now if it ended right now. But he knows he needs a mega bag. But we know, Such, you're a veteran of the show, what this music means. Gotta give a little bit of Mercury move of the day to Andrew Behnke. 7th to 1st, they always say, I gotta leave the dock and swing for the fences. I've gotta go and get 30 pounds. Well, he has followed through and done that. Keith, you'd say he probably caught 7, 8 small fish to start his day, less than 10 pounds for a limit. Some spotted bass mixed in there as well. He said, I may give up the big plug and go throw a minnow in a couple minutes. The cameraman implored him to stick with the plug for a little bit longer, just because of the aesthetics that throwing a big plug does at Rayburn. Started off with a 3.5 pounder, 3 3/4, then caught a 4.5 pounder. And fellas, the last 2 fish he's caught on the big plug have been a 6.5 and an 11 pounder. The Mercury move of the day so far. Andrew Behnke, 28+ pounds in an hour.
And he's still got a 2-pound 4-ounce among his 5. There we go. So there's some headroom there. 312, heck, at Rayburn, 312 could be easily called.
Absolutely.
4.8 even.
Hats off to him for bringing the aesthetics.
Absolutely. We love seeing a big plug bite when you come to South Texas. Kind of like a gun on a holster, Combs. You got to have that big plug in the box ready to go when you get to Sam Rayburn. An 11 pounder, his personal best. And boy, this is big implications for this firefighter from Wisconsin, an opportunity to maybe make the Bassmaster Classic. We thought maybe an 8 or 9 pounder when he held it up, and he weighs and he says, no, 11.
Yeah, fully built.
It's very well built. Look at the eyes on the thing.
Oh my gosh.
He caught his personal best yesterday on day 2, a 9.4. So now he upgraded by a pound and 3/4.
I do not think, I think he'll have to, he won't be able to break that in Wisconsin. So only Sam Rayburn. There's only a few lakes in the country you could probably go to and break it. He deserves a little bit of a refreshing drink there.
That's cranking juice right there. You think I've drank a couple of them? Look at this thing. You think I've had a couple? First Form Energy. Keeps you going.
I see you winding that plug now.
The adrenaline after a 6.5 pounder and then an 11 pounder would get you going.
It's First Form Energy. It's the 11 something. And the opportunity of catching catching a 40-pound bag. I say another, I've never done that before, but let's do it today. I gotta give a huge shout out to Tristan McCormick. He gave me this plug last night at dinner. Thanks, bro, man. I owe you big time.
You never want to run out of the plug that's working on the final day.
Well, what was he using yesterday to catch 27 pounds?
Same thing, but you don't want to break.
Out.
Yeah, you don't want to break it off and lose it. Or you're not trying to lean on just one. You got to make sure you got a couple. You'd rather give it back at the next tournament and say, "Hey, I didn't need this, bro," than, "Oh my gosh, I need this on TV."
It's not bad. He's big enough to actually eat it. Another solid one. Not a big one, but he's number 4. 2 1/4.
Fuzz balls, fuzzy dice, urchins. What do you call them, Keith Combs?
I don't know. We need to figure out what we're going to call this thing, or this family of baits. Can we call it a jig, a floating jig?
I thought that when it was low light this morning, I said, "Is someone swimming a jig mid-water column?" No, it's a urchin style bait, but that's just what I see. It's some sea creature looking deal. Something you'd see raw on a plate at a sushi restaurant, you know?
Yeah. It's just a slow, deliberate bait. You know, you can use forward-facing sonar and keep it right in their face, keep it suspended right above their head. I don't know that it necessarily imitates anything, just a good meal. But I do think a floating jig might sound catchy, right? It sounds better than a, what'd you call it, an urchin?
Yeah, an urchin.
Oh, man.
The kids had these things called koosh balls that the rubber ball with the little strands.
Well, we can call it a koosh ball.
You got that right. Dredging a hole.
It's probably trademarked.
So, Pake's using the same thing, right?
Yes, it does look like Jace, Pake, and Fisher and I are all using, and that's the one thing with this, you can customize obviously the weight for the rate of fall. I could see Pake using a lighter version with how shallow he is compared to the other two, but adjusting that, and they've obviously upgraded it from spinning rod tackle to bait casting equipment.
So Pake is targeting like 5 to 7 feet, it looks like, when I've been watching his graph. But the other two are more in that 12 to 15 foot range, or have they said to you?
No, I have not talked specific depths with the others. But obviously we can see there on his graph how
he's shallow. And
he has his graph set to a
C2
bottom depth
absolute
restriction.
giants if
it's
they're
not going to
bass.
auto adjust. He's obviously hooked up here. One
I don't know if he's
looks
going
like
coal
it's
or not.
coming coal, maybe.
He's good coal.
Sea urchin.
Barely. Gulch number 5. Get up here and get off this tree. 3 3/4.
He's got a cookie cutter. I think that's his third.
I don't
3
know what's going
3/4.
on.
All his fish go from 3 1/2 to 3 3/4. This one may give him an ounce or two.
Yeah, he's catching all solid fish with a couple kickers mixed in. The only thing we haven't seen is a kicker so far for him.
18.2 right now on Bass Track.
Put him in, it's like 3.9.
3.9 will give him an ounce upgrade. Same overall bag, 18, low 18s for Pake South right now. Good start. That's a starter bag at Rayburn. You can't come to the scales with less than 18 and think you have a shot at anything good on this body of water. We've seen everyone in the top 10 catch 25 plus pounds, and the smallest bag we've seen this week weighed in for the top 10 is 18.13. So that's just the base for your day 2 leader Pake South. He's in the lead still. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender here at Sam Rayburn. Our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter. Well, this has been a magic lineup. If you're Ryland, Hamlin, you feel the pain, but you're also watching the show. Boy, it is going down for Andrew Behnke. Those two have been sharing the spots, and it really hasn't worked out like teammates would. You know, teammates, you get 25 pounds each. It's not been the way it's been. Andrew Behnke with 21 on day 1, while Hamlin had 28. Then the next day, Andrew Behnke with 27, and Hamlin has 19. So it has been a do or die, in theory, for one angler on this spot. And today, Behnke is doing, and Hamlin is waiting for his opportunities. We go out to Colin Crawford. Started the day in 4th. He was about 11 pounds behind to start the day. He's got a few fish today already.
Two and a half pounder probably. Wish the big ones would swim up there and eat it like that. Almost 3.
It's number 4 for
215.
Crawford. 20-year-old from Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Yeah, to show you how Behnke's day's going, his first 5 fish, I think we're about as big as his 6'8", and then he catches an 11 and he calls 9 pounds on one catch. 28 pounds on the day, catching up from a 14-pound deficit.
3.5 pounders. We got about 18.5 pounds right now. At this point, pretty much just head hunting. I want to have every one of them fish cold out of there by the end of the day. But good limit to start things off and kind of get calmed down a little bit. Got a good, decent bag in the boat. I've seen some big ones. They just hadn't bit yet. So we just gotta, all it takes is getting 5 of them to bite today. We're gonna try to catch as big of a bag as we possibly can, not letting off no matter how much weight I got. So guess y'all stay tuned. We'll see if the big ones start eating. They're still here, just have not been able to get any to cooperate yet. Currently trying not to knock my trolling motor off. Trees.
Some lakes remove all the timber, some lakes cut it to a certain level. We know Toledo's famous for that whole lake really being untreated. You know, it's fully still there in places. Rayburn, is it part of the lake? Is it certain, once you get a certain length into the creeks, that it's pretty natural like it was?
They did some clearing. I actually saw like some old pictures of guys, the big equipment they used just to crush it. They drove through the forest and crushed the trees in big expanses of the lake. The area that Pake's in, there's not a lot of clearing. There's a lot of timber just left in that area of the lake.
Come on, do it again.
But for the most part, it looks pretty gnarly, but it's at a good level for navigation. Most of the trees are visible right now.
Colby Bryant basically went to where he went to school. He's gone so far north. He's the only one above that 147 bridge, I believe, from what we've seen today.
He's just mean. When I get in those trees sometimes, they get hard to tell how big they are. Chunky little sucker. Gotta start somewhere.
Now, Keith, it can be won anywhere, but when you were thinking about locations of where this could be won, when you're seeing the weights that it's putting out, is it status quo to what you're thinking so far, or did you think we'd see more above the 147? We've seen more in certain arms of this lake?
No, it's fishing differently, Ronnie. I'm glad you brought that up, because looking at the map of the lake, there's some areas of the lake that normally don't play that guys are catching them in. Not that there's not fish there, but they just usually don't keep the populations like they are right now. The lake being down and then the lack of the grass and the rivers has definitely repositioned probably the bulk of the fish in the lake, and just the overall water quality. You know, the main lake is clean and clear, and a lot of the bait fish are down there. So, but it's good to see the whole lake is playing. You know, most of the guys are in the main arm of the lake, but you see Pake South in a little bit different area. That's a really good area of the lake. It's still got a little bit of grass in it, and he's the only one in that arm.
God, thing looks just like a bass down there.
Jace Lindsay threw it a big dot. Just a catfish.
Just a catfish.
Just a Mr. Whiskers.
Oh yeah.
I got a little close to him with the boat.
Plugs the stumps this
He would
week,
have done it. He almost did it.
Come on.
That one's big.
Man, I've caught a couple of them each day. They look, when they're this shallow, they look pretty much like a bass. It's pretty hard to tell for me anyways. But, all right. I'm not gonna not throw at it, take a chance of it being a bass.
Keith Combs, tournament director Hank Weldon was running the weigh-ins and keeping a tab of the Texas ShareLunker size fish, 8 pounds and over. I think there were 10 on day one, 8 pounds and over. We had 3 double digits. And then yesterday, I think there was about 8. I lost count. They just keep rolling them in. Yeah, it's another 8-pounder.
Yeah. Rayburn is impressing this week for sure. I mean, you just look at how thick the fish are. I mean, 8-pounder is a big fish anywhere in the country, but you know, that's not even going to get you a second look at the weigh-in this week. And we've already seen an 11 today.
Can't get her to
2 or 3 of those to make some noise.
Did you say, Ronnie, that everybody in the top 10 is weighed in a 25-pound bag?
I did, yeah.
Everybody's weighed 25, and even on their low day, 18-13 was the smallest bag we've seen to make the top 10.
3 over 30. We got 2 above the Opens record. 36.15 from Riley Harris and 34.4 from Pake South.
Flat out ignored me.
some great shots from above.
Yeah, seeing the lake this low, I spent a lot of time out there this summer in some areas that I thought had a lot different bottom composition than it actually did. It's just, there were some areas that I thought had some shell and some rock and things like that. It's mostly sand and clay. I mean, that's mostly what you got.
Visual here of Pake South in his area. We talked about this during a commercial break, Keith, but these fish 9 feet low, water temps in that spawning range, but they're never used to spawning with the water being like this. This isn't a normal drawdown. Do you think this holds a big wave of fish back, even if they feel sort of ready, because it's their true home, their homing beacon, you know, to the beds that they've spawned in the past? They've never spawned in conditions like this. So we think maybe some here and there, some are getting close, but a big wave will wait until water starts rising again.
I think they will, Ronnie, just because there's a lack of cover. I mean, even vegetation, there's no hydrilla in this area of the lake, or in most areas of the lake, it's just stumps. I mean,
man, that's all water in a few weeks, in a few months.
Hopefully so. And if that happens, I think a lot of fish will move up. You can see in the back of that pocket right there is some black in the water. That's hydrilla. But for the most part, I think the fish are going to want that rise.
Some beautiful visuals. I mean, you want to talk about contour maps and map study? You could pick a spot on Rayburn and study it for a week. There's so many twists and turns, high spots, places hydrilla, stumps, and timber can be, and some giant bass. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here at Sam Rayburn Reservoir, Jasper, Texas. Big Sam is showing out this morning. We're seeing a bunch of 3.5 to 4.5 pounders. We've seen some 6s, and we were treated to an 11 pounder from Andrew Behnke earlier today, and he caught it on a big crankbait. We've seen a lot of other style baits, the new forward-facing sonar type of lures, but he caught it on a big crankbait, and we've got one of the best big crankbait fishermen in the world with us in studio today. Keith Combs, thanks for joining us. We're here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, and I'm just gonna toss it to you. Big crankbait fishing, why it's so effective at a place like Sam Rayburn and made it famous, and the equipment that you even need if you were to launch your boat and you've never fished there. You've got the baits, but what do you need to have it set on to be successful?
Well, you definitely want to bring a big plug when you come to Sam Rayburn, and we're seeing why today with Andrew Behnke's big fish. I came prepared. I got the same bait tied on. Can you imagine that? It's a Tennessee Shad 2.0 Strike King 6XD. It's one of my favorite colors on that lake, especially in that cleaner water like where Andrew is fishing. But this is my basic setup. It's a KVD, it's a Lew's KVD CC6. It's a 7-foot 10-inch rod, 15-pound Seaguar line, and I changed the hooks to owner hooks to keep them buttoned up a little bit better.
And so you think about the depth range for a big crankbait that maybe, oh, I'm fishing in 20 feet, I need a 20-foot runner, but it's not always the case. You may be fishing in 12 feet and you want a 15-foot runner, something like that, so you can really grind it. Yep. Is that the approach? You never want it, you always want to be making bottom contact.
And a 6XD, exactly, and a 6XD does a really good job of hanging with those bottoms, like in that 12 to 15-foot range. The bait will dive to about 19 feet on 15-pound line, and if you watch where he's fishing, you can actually see he's casting uphill and he's working it down. A 6XD does a very good job of hanging with that drop. It'll get to 12 feet extremely fast, and if you're in open water, you can actually touch 19. But I think he's catching his fish probably in that 12 to 15-foot range, the perfect 6XD.
We always see anglers maybe reeling really quickly and then burning it, we say, but once it hits that bottom, once you reel it quickly and hit that bottom, you can then just slow down your pace because, like you said, it's going to hang with that cover. You don't want it to blow out. You can keep it doing that, and that's the way you kind of fiddle your way through that different cover. Correct.
A lot of times in cooler water, slow it down. We see him fishing the bait pretty fast. You know, I think they're dealing with water temperatures in the low 60s, high 50s. So a fish has no issue running down a plug. That's a cool thing about the bait. I mean, it imitates the forage, but it also gets that reaction strike. So you fish it fast and you can fool those 11-pound fish.
Well, absolutely. Got a crankbait master in studio and a guy who knows Sam Rayburn very well, so well that he decided not to fish the Open this week, wanted to take a little break. But when he has fished Bassmaster Opens in the past, boy, he has been a sight to see. Somebody scary for the rest of the field. As in 2022, it was a fall tournament. Keith Combs was able to take the title there. Keith, walk us through that week because it was a do or die. We saw 30-pound bags, but we saw guys in our top 10 with single-digit bags as well.
Yeah, Ronnie, that was a grinder. We were seeing Rayburn at its best this week. In that tournament, we were seeing very, very tough conditions, a hot summer. A lot of fish were suspended. And, you know, catching a fish like that was key, just a 4.5-pound fish. But they're in there, and we saw Logan Latuso catch a huge bag, but just couldn't back it up. It was very tough to back it up that week.
You had a big comeback in that. You started the final day like 7 pounds back in what, 6th or 7th place, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. And I thought I would need a 30-pound day to do that, and I caught 17 or 18. Didn't think that was going to be enough weight, and luckily it was.
Catching them on a jig as well. I know you're looking for a crankbait bite, so you probably spent time searching for it. Why was a jig so key to that? Was it more structure-based or crawling on the bottom, less schools, more broken up individual fish?
Yeah, I spent probably 3/4 of my time fishing a crankbait that week, and I think I weighed 1 or 2 fish on it, you know. So I knew that it could produce a big bite, but the jig and also some Texas Street worms were key for me. They just didn't want to eat that week.
Keith Combs getting his 3rd B.A.S.S victory, 2 of them in the state of Texas, 1 at Falcon, over 100 pounds there, wins at Rayburn and Mille Lacs. Honestly, Mille Lacs is a big structure lake as well, and a big fish fishery also. So 3 big fish fishery victories for Keith Combs. And Keith, you're about $11,000 from $1.5 million in career winnings with B.A.S.S specifically. Obviously had a successful career elsewhere prior, so congrats on that. We appreciate you being in studio. Another Texan trying to make hay in the industry early in his career, Pake South. He's hooked up.
That's one of the right ones. I can get her in the boat.
Oh, God.
Come here.
Baby.
No, she's hooked in the boat. Yes, sir! Boom, son! Woo! That's a giant, son! Oh my gosh, dude! Thank you, Jesus! Woo! Woo!
I don't know what it weighs, but it looks bigger than that 11 we saw earlier.
How about that, son? Another double digit. Let's go. Almost 11. Woo!
Oh my God,
It's number 4.
10 3/4 will get rid of a 3.5 pounder. It's a 7 1/4 cull.
Wow.
Places, there's other lakes in the country that you'll never make a 7-pound cull. We've seen a 9 and a 7-pound cull today.
I don't want to get her back out.
That's a pretty good feeling when they barely fit in a live well. You see that?
I'm gonna put some more on this side, give her some room in there.
A 10-1 on day 1, now a 10-12.
That's crazy that you could say not like, oh, I caught another double digit in my life. No, I caught another double digit this week.
And it's early.
It's early. You said he's been catching a big one every day, filled with a lot of solid fish. Well, that is the biggest of them all that he's caught this week.
Got him up to 25 pounds on the day. 87 total. He's knocking on the door of the 3-day tournament record.
What is the record?
90 pounds, 6 ounces.
96.
Okeechobee, Scott Martin, 2 years ago.
think he's got a good chance at that.
And I mean, he started the day.
One more bite.
He started the day with 62 and change.
Yeah.
That's 37.11 from 100 pounds.
That 3-day 100, yeah.
We've seen 36.15 this week.
Big.
37.11s. He's got an 11 pounder. And maybe another one right here.
No, it's not. It's a good one.
Oh.
Come here. Oh, God. Boom! Let's go to work on him, son. Hole's number 5. Let's go.
This is just a moot point.
Look at that. Whew. I don't think that one needs a cull tag. If we're culling that one, it's going to be wild.
That was back to back. 11 pounder, 6 pounder back to back.
Exactly what Behnke did.
You know what, I think
earlier.
we just broke whole Scott's record too. We got 28. I think we broke it.
He knew 90 was the target weight.
6'4".
Wow.
Well, it might get stupid. We're at 20. We're at 28, and I've still got 3 3-pounders.
Yeah, boy. How big was that one?
6 1/4.
What's weird is a 10-1 and a 10 3/4, and he's not going to win Big Bass either day.
Oh, I don't care. I'm excited too.
Only at Rayburn.
Only at Rayburn.
28.2, 90 pounds, 7 ounces on Bass Track, 1 ounce more than the Opens and 3-day B.A.S.S tournament record.
Wow.
And I'm amazed he knew it.
Oh, no.
I think he had it memorized.
Too.
Yeah,
he knew it.
Like, bunch of room to grow.
Let's go.
28-1 on day 1, 34.4 yesterday, 28 pounds already today.
I got you.
I don't think he's done.
He's not done. No, if you watch them every single day, and it's warming up, and those bigger fish are going to want to float more. They're going to become more susceptible, easier to catch as the day goes on. What he's doing, he's going to catch more big fish today.
To all the anglers who left saying they're going to watch Bassmaster live, this is what you missed, catching the 10-pounder.
Largest lake exclusively in Texas. Obviously, we have Toledo Bend that straddles Louisiana, Texas. You have Amistad and Falcon straddling Mexico and Texas. Rayburn, 9th largest fishery in the U.S.
4 or 5 pounder probably.
Boy, it puts out some big ones. Fishery guy hooked up. Could be a number 5 for him, I believe. 4 in the boat.
Skinnier, she'd be big. Another solid one though. Got the length to be a 4-pounder. She's just skinny. We'll take her though. Slide by you. Some of these fish are just so skinny they don't weigh nothing. 3 pound even.
£3 even. for his limit fish that gets him to 17-2. All he's missing, Keith, is an 11-pounder, and he'll be right back in the game. We say that as a joke, but we've seen 2 today. Pake South started with a 5-pound lead over Jace Lindsay. Andrew Behnke was 14 pounds back in 7th. He has jumped up with 28 pounds, but is still now 14 pounds back after Pake South has matched him. We have 2 28-pound bags at the top of our leaderboard. Others are filling their limits, and we know 11-pounders live at Rayburn, and they're showing up this week.
Is to break the Century Club.
In 3 days.
In 3 days. That's the plan. They're there if they'll bite. We just gotta hope they bite. Get her in the boat. Oh God. No, she's up to the bottom. Yes, sir! Boom, son! Woo! That's a giant, son! Oh my gosh, dude! Thank you, Jesus! Woo! Woo! Another double digit. Let's go. Almost 11. Woo! Oh my
God. Watch your fingers when you put them in the live well. They may get bit off. An 11-pounder for Pake South. We thought Andrew Behnke was doing us a favor with an 11 earlier. Not the case. We've got another one pushing 11 pounds today, and it sounds crazy. 100 pounds in 3 days? We've got someone at the desk that has done that before. 100 pounds in 3 days, there's very few fisheries.
You've done that too, Keith Combs?
He has done that.
I have
Oh, you've done it? Where'd you do it at?
In my mind, in my dreams.
You were at a Bass Pro Shops aquarium, that's what you were at. But you, Keith Combs, you've done that.
I did. I had a perfect week on Lake Fork, 111 pounds, 5 ounces.
We know Keoya broke 100 last year after 3 days at Fork. Very few places, and most of them are in Texas.
Yep.
That's stunner on her.
Switch to a jerk bait. We saw him make a top 10 last week at Martin with a jerk bait.
How magical was that Fork 110-pound week, Keith Combs?
It was just, it was the perfect storm over there too. You know, that was post-spawn fish. They're catching big pre-spawners. Those were huge fish that, not just me, everybody was catching them. Stetson Baylock had 100. I think Russ Lane had close to 100 in that tournament. So it was probably, I've seen some stuff at Falcon, but if you take out South Texas, that was one of the biggest weight tournaments I've ever been a part of.
Over to Andrew Behnke and Ryland Hamlin. Saw him catch one earlier, and then he got to watch the show. This is number 2 for him.
So I'm guessing Behnke didn't share any of his big plugs.
A little bit better. There we go.
Oh, we got a double.
You got a double. That means Behnke might be hooked up as well. No, sometimes, 32-year-olds got to just show the teenagers, there's some tricks. We just got to.
Yeah.
Behnke's in the plug generation. And
he's 32, so man, give the old man some respect.
As a 32-year-old, I can say that and rag on him because I'm in the same boat.
He's not just the oldest man. He's ancient, isn't he? 32.
That's what the basketball team says.
To a 19-year-old right next to him.
Yeah.
19-year-old.
Yeah.
Day one, beat him with his personal best 11-7.
Yeah. There are some fish on that spot.
Out to
He
Jace
had the
Lindsay.
9-4. Now he's got the.
Only 24 pounds back. Jace Lindsay is right now with 2 in the boat. So he's right there, Keith.
Oh, he is. I mean, it could change in one hook set. He's catching all good fish. When he does set the hook, it's a good one. I'm curious to know, like, what kind of depth he is targeting, because we're mostly seeing shallow. I mean, you can see the bank around him, but it could be 12 foot, it could be 20 feet on Rayburn. It's fairly flat.
Come here.
You can see it as, I don't know what his depth shading is, but red is normally shallow, and then that green is that next. You can see that it's right over there to the left. Deeper water where he hooked up with that fish, but to what extreme, yes.
She was built a little better, but should be
It
around
looks like
4.
he's sitting in the middle of the lake, but on Rayburn, that doesn't mean it's not 6 feet.
$3.15.
Yeah, 415, a 3 3/4. What do you say, a 315 there?
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a 5 and 2 4s basically. Jace Lindsay was close to a classic berth, got second at Leech Lake last year. Ain't a whole lot to do it close to home this week. We go out to Riley Harris, our day 1 leader. Came out of the box 36.15. Had just under 20 pounds yesterday. First fish of the day for him, a jerkbait. Not the quality he set it this morning. Felt like those fish have left, and so he's not quite sure what he's going to do, how long he's going to give his starting area.
Barely, no good, man. Sit back right here. I think not. Little.
You might call that little one. I don't know if you would. I didn't weigh that little one. Well, I don't know, he's hooked him in the tongue. He's bleeding like a stuck hog. 2.5. I think he's a lot bigger now. Yeah. Well, let me weigh him so I got him on the sheet. Shows me at 14.4.
So what'd that do in the weight?
2.5. Scale shows 14.4.
From Colin Crawford, we go over to Jace Lindsay.
Biggin. Oh, she barely got it. Stay down. No, 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 no. She barely got it.
Oh, no. That's something you don't see often with that kind of bait, at least from what I've seen. Kind of like the minnow too. It's not a lot of heartbreak fish losses, but that's a good one he lost right there. But just it's not like the percentage you would lose cranking or something like that, or fishing around heavy cover.
Mr. Dakota, Okeechobee last year finished 53rd. He fell out of the top 10 EQ anglers to miss, or he'd be fishing against you this year, Keith. He would be a Elite Series angler.
Pake South left the dock saying, I know we can break 100 for 3 days. That's the goal. He's got most of that goal accomplished. He's at 90 pounds, 7 ounces. That is an Opens and Bassmaster 3-day record unofficially. We'll see if he can add to it when we come back. Welcome back to the Turtlebox. Bassmaster Opens here, presented by Battery Tender. Second stop for the Opens for 2026. First stop for Division II anglers here just at Sam Rayburn.
It's not bad. He's so skinny though, he's not gonna help. He might get rid of that 2-pounder.
That one might have spawned last month, Keith.
We're looking at all these fat fish, and I think that's the second one that he's caught that's been kind of lean. I don't know, something's wrong with that fish, but most of the fish look,
I think,
really healthy.
They're so healthy.
Not quite, but he helps by a little bit.
Yeah, that could have been a 5-pounder.
2 3/4 gets rid of number 4.
2 3/4.
Wow.
Big head, small body.
Big head.
Long. Fisher Anaya making some culls, even with some long, lanky fish.
Number 4, where you at? Probably all the way on the bottom. That's not number 4 right there. That one's big. There's number 4. I found it. He's gonna be the meanest one in there. Oh, quick, quick. Dang, that fish should be a 4-pounder at least, and she's so skinny. Let's see if this fish is still doing good. Oh yeah, she's fine. That juice will work wonders on them, keep them from bleeding.
So he wins at Lake Martin, has to go do something in Atlanta the next day. He drives 14 hours, gets here on Wednesday, and then Thursday he catches 28 pounds. And now he's in another top 10. He's had a pretty good run with the EQ Angler of the Year, the Team Classic Fish Off, Martin Open win.
I mean, he's been catching them since birth just a few years ago.
And taking it easy, just sitting in that big old butt seat, just cruising around, just taking it easy.
Getting back in our grandpa era.
Yeah.
Got some youngins.
Bringing it back.
Embracing the ode to David Fritz.
Yeah. Who's going to bring the sit-down seat back? That's what I'm wondering.
I think Jordan Lee said he was going to sit in that one.
Jordan.
Yeah, big one.
Ryland Hamlin getting his first shot at sticking it to Behnke right there. Just kidding. It seems like it's a harmless relationship, but one is smashing him and Ryland's trying to catch back up.
That is a big one there. Proper Sam Rayburn bass. Oh my God.
Golly.
Stay on there, please. Holy crap. You barely hooked. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Oh my God. Holy crap, how about that? Oh my God. Crush City Janitor.
Is this the third double digit?
It might be today.
Holy crap, dude. That's what lives on this spot right here.
Wow.
How about that for Sam Rayburn Bass?
I don't know.
That's one that Behnke needs to win, right? You need to have two of those.
That's a proper one there.
That fish looks bigger than Behnke's fish. I guess we're fixing to find out, but look how thick it's.
Holy crap.
This is whole head
About
is.
time we got one of these big jokers to bite.
Top of his tail's all beat up as well.
Crazy.
9.5.
Oh,
9.5.
Just a 9.5.
Gosh
Wow.
almighty.
Just a 9.5.
Meager.
That's a huge one there.
Why do you even get excited?
Gosh.
That's awesome.
About time I hopped on the Andrew train.
Nice work, dude.
Thank you.
A little bit of diversity in baits as well. We've seen an 11 on a 6 or 8XD. We've seen a 11 on a fuzzball, now a Nico rigged, I think he said Crush City Janitor. 9.5 pounder.
Yeah, you
Almost
can
as
catch
big
40
as
pounds
him.
pretty easy if they just did that. I didn't even freaking have to shake it. I just went down and ate it. Only if they were all like that. Yeah.
Makes you wonder if a guy had that spot all to himself.
Oh, no doubt. That's why we were saying 7th and 8th coming into the day for both of them sharing it. And both have had a 28 and 27 pound day. The other 2 days for them were 21 and 18.
For some reason, they're well educated. Someone must have been hitting this spot, you know, the last couple days or something.
Back to our day 2 leader, Pake South. He is our current and unofficial leader as well.
What an entrance.
I don't know if he's gonna help or not. I think he's close to 4.
Is that bump like a 212 or something?
No, small's a 370 in my scale. He barely calls. Screw number 1. Double checking. Yeah.
be putting that out?
311.
Couple ounces upgrading. He still has that high 3 as a small fish to pair with his 11 or near 11 pounder, 6.5 pounder as well.
Keith, it's been debated. What do you think the fish think that urchin style fuzzy dice bait resembles that they're eating? I mean, some people have said, it's like a crawfish claw coming back or bluegills. You know, do you think it resembles anything?
No, I really don't. I don't think that's. There's nothing in nature or in Rayburn that really looks like that. But it's just, you know, something that has it's new. It's something that the fish haven't seen. It's a big presence, but subtle at the same time. So it has the drawing power. You've seen some of his fish come up off the bottom, you know, move 5 or 6 feet to come and eat that bait.
Can control the depth easily.
Exactly. So he's not only drawing fish up off the bottom or from around stumps, but like if he sees one, he can take that bait and keep it right in that fish's face. So he's kind of, it's versatile, but I don't think it imitates anything. Ball of fuzz.
I mean, what you would use a caffeine shad or a fluke in the past to have that subtle, soft plastic jerk bait, twitch bait style is now evolving into this type of stuff. It's a non-traditional looking bait. Everything looked more lifelike, and now it's not necessarily the need for it to be lifelike, but just the ability to place it where you want it and control it.
Yeah, it's something they haven't seen, you know. I mean, it's probably going to be the hot bait this year, and it'll be something else next year.
When I was a kid, Keith Combs, Table Rock Lake on our family camping trip, I was a little guy. I caught one on a licorice chuckle because I didn't like black licorice. I ate the other ones, but we put it on a hook and caught a fish on a chocolate or a licorice chuckle, the jelly candy.
That's a new one on me, Mike.
It is.
It was new back then too.
Trendsetter Such in studio. We have seen 3 different lures for double-digit or near double-digit fish. I'm just gonna say, hey, Ryland, I think you're lying. I think it's a 10-pounder. I'm gonna call it a 10.
You're right, Ronnie.
We got more on the way. Turtlebox Bassmaster opens, presented by Battery Tender here at Sam Rayburn, sponsored by Mercury, by Skeeter Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops. Yes, we are fishing in water this week, but the lake is 9 feet low. But like Keith Combs said, that's 1/3 of the water gone, acreage-wise. Yet, all those big fish still remain, and we're seeing them show up this week. We've seen an 11-pounder from Andrew Behnke to jump up to 2nd place, a near 11-pounder from Pake South to extend his lead, and Ryland Hamlin been slow out of the gate, watching the show that Andrew Behnke's been putting on, but just put a 9.5 to 10-pounder in the boat as well. 3 near double digits, if not for sure 10-pounders showing up at this special fishery. Sam Rayburn Reservoir, a bucket list lake, no doubt about it. Jasper, Texas, our host this week. Humphreys Pavilion. This is definitely fishing communities, and you've got about 6 towns around the lake. Keith, you live in one of them, Huntington. You've got Lufkin, you've got Jasper, you got so many places. This is a fishing mecca, and the whole area is based off this lake.
Absolutely. He hooked up one, he couldn't budge there.
Not. He's pulling hard though.
Yeah, so many other, I mean, Rayburn's the king, but we got some other really great fisheries around that area, and they all produce big ones.
Gotta start somewhere.
Colby Bryant, former Sam Houston State angler. Sam Houston State's just at the northwest corner of Rayburn.
A bunch of bait in here too. Chill. About to throw you back in out of spite. You won't let me lock my scale. Shh. Do I need to pet you? Bunch of clones. Over that too. These little ones will fool you on a jerkbait because they hit it so freaking hard and just take off running.
Out to Andrew Behnke with the big plug still in his hand. Still has a 2 1/4 to get rid of.
Well, they don't want to bite my minnow, so I'll keep throwing a plug. Not complaining about that at all. Yeah, it's a call. Gets rid of 3. Not by much, but not bad. I actually gotta plug this thing in, it's about to die.
They even have fancy scale chargers now.
Should have done this last night.
Used to just do AA batteries back in the day, right?
I used to not ever weigh my fish. I was in a hurry to get back in there, and it still kind of bugs me when I see a guy cranking and he takes like 4 or 5 minutes to fire back in there again. It is nice to know where you stand, but there's a lot to be said about keeping that school going. And I don't know if he's got a school or not, but
see so
a lot
many
of
of them
times
I
when you
shake
catch
it
a
in
good one,
front of
there's
so
another
many of
good
their
one
faces
available.
they won't touch it.
John officially got the biggest bag today right now.
Well, especially back in the heyday as well, the Tennessee River, when you didn't have forward-facing sonar to, like, you don't know if you pulled the school, you don't know if it's moved, so you better get instant feedback back out there.
Yeah, make that same exact cast over and over again. And I think he is using forward-facing sonar in conjunction with his crankbait, but a lot of times, you know, you're further out, and it can pay off to get back in there quick.
What do we got? I don't think it's that big. Might help call that little guy out, I think.
He put his big fish in as 9.6. And the rest are from 2.0 to 3.4.
Maybe. I don't know if he's that big. Yeah, a little bit. Purple. Easy killers. Hey.
Whoa.
All right.
See ya.
Works for me.
Fisher and I did that on the final day at Lake Martin. One bounced out, and he then was worried of
this wind is something.
He had the right ones in his live well, and he had to reweigh all of them. In an ounces game, that's a scary thing, but it was all good for him.
Yeah, that's a tournament where you don't want to lose an ounce. I looked after the Martin tournament and just looking at the standings overall, and from where I finished the tournament, it was not a good finish, but if a pound and a half more would have moved me up over 30 places.
Yeah, it was that tight. Yeah,
crazy weights.
Day one, between 9 pounds and 11 pounds, or 60 anglers. The cut was right in there, 10-1. And I was surprised. We left, and Fisher and I seemed to have it in hand. Brock Mosley made a late run and got within, what was it, a pound and change?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be that close, but he had a bigger bag than I expected.
It boiled down to that 4-pound spot. Yeah, that was.
Ooh, Pake swing and a miss there. Got a couple anglers, you know, who made the final day at Lake Martin, like we're mentioning. They got limited practice here and are paying off big time, though, picking an area and sticking to it. Pake, Fisher, both guys who made top 10s, and great start to your Elite Series career when you can make a top 10 in just your second event. That's what Pake South did last week.
Good largemouth.
Made the jerkbait work for him. We thought we'd see a little bit more jerk baits from anglers, but he was the one who was the best with it.
Sir.
Made some longer runs towards Kalijah Creek.
Awesome.
Able to balance the spotted bass and largemouth game out in front of these docks. Lake was low, 7 feet low.
14 ounces.
Some of those docks that did have water on them are so crucial to the angler's success. And Pake, a lot of the rookies had a tough one. Guntersville threw some conditions at them, and with our split schedule, no forward facing, making that learning curve a little bit harder in that first round.
He had one of those big bites. He had a 4.5 pounder on day 2 when he got over 14 pounds. That really keyed you in, having 1 or 2 of those big bites.
Our big bass each day was on a different lure. At Martin as well, we had a mag draft for Wesley Gore. We had a Stunna jerkbait for Pake. We had a jig for Ike.
Yeah.
And that final day we had a fuzzball urchin for Fisher and I. I don't know what brand, but I do know the Koike, I don't know if that's the way you say it either, the Hide Up is the brand that's really gaining steam of urchin style lures. If you wonder what urchin is, that's just what I'm calling it, because if you type in sea urchin, URCHIN, sea urchin, that's what it looks like.
That's what it looks like, for sure.
Rubber, though, so you're not going to poke your hand. Those look a little sharp for a sea urchin, a little defense
Don't look
mechanism.
like fuzzy dice.
No.
The furry dice used to hang from your rearview mirror.
Yeah.
The ball of fuzz.
Yeah, ball of fuzz. Alien versus Predator.
Alien.
Got some dirty water in this drone shot at Rayburn. We got low water conditions. Got some other opportunities here at Rayburn. Welcome back to Sam Rayburn and the Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender. been a fun day of fishing so far. Championship Saturday, what a place to be. Conditions are lining up well. The water temperature's solid. The fish are biting. Water is low, 9 feet low if you're just joining us the last little bit. We have seen an 11 pounder, one just under 11 in that 10 3/4 range. Then we have one that's 9.5 that could be pushing 10 pounds by the time weigh-in, and that's all in the first 2.5 hours of the fishing day. These anglers took off from Umphrey's Pavilion there at 7 Central Time, 8 Eastern Time was takeoff. They get to fish all the way until 3 Central, 4 Eastern today, so we still have over half the day to go.
These two have shown the way, both around 28 pounds on the day, both with 10 pounders.
I always like
11 pounders, Ronnie.
I always like to be supremely accurate if I can be on information. I've been saying that Sam Houston State
big of a tournament. I caught my
is at the north end of Rayburn.
1280.
That is Stephen F. Austin. Sam Houston is farther south. That's my fault. Either way, Colby Bryant, just down the road. Also, if you say his name fast enough, it sounds like Kobe Bryant.
It does.
And that's not a bad, you know.
I thought he was.
These two look nice. Come on.
Ooh.
That should help.
Be close, man.
4.5 probably.
A half-pound upgrade, maybe.
Cole's number 3. Where you at, number 3? She might be over here. No?
4 1/4?
Yes, sir. It's just them two over here. It's so hard to find them Coltex with the pool noodles in there. Where you at? There you go. We're almost at 30. Yeah, we still got a lot of room to grow. Next coal is a 3 3/4, and we got 2 3 3/4. Need to get rid of.
What's the game plan for the rest of the day now?
Same thing, just throwing at the bigger blobs, trying to catch big ones. I'm kind of already, I don't know if you've noticed, I've started catching less fish, and I'm still seeing a decent amount of fish. I'm just not really throwing at the ones that I don't think are big. So if I don't think it's a big one, I just, instead of wasting time messing with them, I throw at one here and there, but I'm really just looking for giants now. I want to bust a stupid big bag today, so we're just head hunting. That's all we're doing. It's only not even 10 o'clock yet, so we got a lot of time. We're just gonna burn this area to the ground today and catch as much as we physically can out of it. So see, still got some work to do.
Talking about the weather, it's kind of a little different this morning.
Yeah, the wind has started blowing a lot, which is not ideal. I can still fish it. It just makes it a lot more difficult, makes it harder to set up on them. It doesn't really make them bite any better or worse. It just makes it harder to target them. So I wish it would lay down a little bit, but it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. I'm still gonna be able to catch them. It's just not as easy.
It's not easy at all, but this.
It's going to climb a little bit, but we may get a little sun, Keith Combs. What's that going to do?
I think if the sun will come out and the surface temperature will warm, you'll see a lot more fish start to suspend.
Well, Pake South now has 28.12. He's over 91 pounds, 1 ounce, which would set the 3-day B.A.S.S record.
Colin Crawford, our most consistent angler through the first 2 days. He had 25.15 and 25.3 over the first 2 days of competition. Slow start to today, and not many big ones to go for him so far. Filled his limit just a little bit ago, 14.5 pounds. Looking to upgrade here.
2.5.
No help. Tournament Director Hank Weldon's been adding up the share lunker, 8-pounders and up, and I think we're over 20 now. They're going to have at least 3 today, and with 10 on the day one.
Oh, I guarantee we catch another 8-pounder on Bass Live today.
Yeah, no doubt.
Maybe 2 or 3. It's not even 10 a.m. yet. You were just saying, Ronnie, how Hank Weldon does a really good job getting the anglers on the fishery and assessing conditions and all that, and then emceeing the events as well and getting everybody's names right. That's hard. I like that he says, "Here, you got 12 pounds today." I think I'd be, and you and I would be a little more honest. He's like, "You're okay. You're okay. You got 12 pounds. You're 38th place. You're okay."
It's like 39 have weighed in. You know, you're like,
yeah, you're okay. You're okay. Well, you and I would say something. That's pretty bad, boy. That's mediocre at best.
I always remember Chris Bowes had when he was doing the opens, a fantastic line. There's an angler that shared a name with one of our Elite Series pros, but not the same guy.
Okay.
He said, "Yeah, Hank had a lot of guys that show up into my area." Or no, "Hey, yeah, Chris had a lot of guys show up in my area that weren't there the previous day." And he said, "Well, today's total 1 fish, 2 pounds. I don't think you'll have much company tomorrow." And the guy, that's pretty good line there, Chris. So that was always fun. Fisher and I hooked up with one. Slow and steady for him, but good ones for the most part. This one's fat.
Heck yeah, that's gonna help. How about old freeloader down the hatch there, boys? They were all this fat. We have a bag. He's probably 3 something. Dang, he's a 4-pounder. Right at it. Shredder number 4. I mean, that fish is so much bigger framed and weighs a pound less. That's insane. Old minnow bass. Maybe there's another one out here swimming around. I didn't even see that one. I was just reeling it along. He come up on it. All right. Maybe there's another 4-pounder laid out here on a minnow.
Seen a 6 or 8XD at times. We've seen fuzzball, that's all the trend. We've seen a couple different minnow style baits. We've seen jerk baits, Nico rigged worms so far. Not much grass on Rayburn currently. Water is so low as well. Boy, we have had a fun 3 hours this morning.
Oh my God.
Normally we want to go get lunch. We hate to leave you during this hour. Make sure you join us at 11 a.m. Central Time. We will be back at 11 a.m. Central Time, noon Eastern Time, for 3 more hours of Bassmaster Live.
What a beast.
3 more hours of possible giants at Sam Rayburn. We've seen 2 hit that 11-pound mark roughly. We've seen another one just shy of 10 pounds. 28-plus pound bags in the first hour of the day.
Woo! Let's go! Almost 11. Woo!
Records are going down, Ronnie Moore.
Records are falling. We don't call it Big Sam, and we don't give the accolades of certain fisheries for no reason. This is a big game fishery, and they have big bass to hand out. Keith Combs has been with us. He is the expert of Sam Rayburn, and he will be with us the rest of the afternoon as well as we watch the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open go down. Make sure you join us noon Eastern Time, 11 Central, here on Bassmaster.com and Roku.
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live in Paradise. And Paradise this week is mentioning Sam Rayburn as our venue this week. Sam Rayburn Reservoir, Jasper, Texas. Umphrey Family Pavilion is where you'll want to bring the whole family for today's weigh-in because it is going to be a show. We have seen big bass in boatloads the last few days, and we are seeing it the same thing today. Final day here, and it's not a 4-day event, it is a 3-day tournament. We've got 3 anglers who are on pace if it was a 4-day tournament. For the Century Club, we have 1 angler who said, I am going to break 100 pounds for 3 days, and that is Pake South, and he is inching so close to that. Meanwhile, Jace Lindsay started the day in second, 5 pounds behind, slipped a little, but the last hour he has been growing his bag, is up to 21 pounds and is now second. Andrew Behnke started 7th. He has made a huge jump because he caught an 11-pounder this morning. He has 30 pounds as well. We have 4 anglers over 20 pounds, 2 that are at the 30-pound mark. It has been a great day. Brody Robinson making a move from 9th up to 4th as well. Fisher and I are rounding out the top 5. That is how our top 10 looks currently. And if you did not join us this morning but are tuned in now, you missed a bunch. But we're going to take you through some of the best things of the morning, starting with Fisher Anaya. Fisher Anaya, an Elite Series rookie from the state of Alabama, struggled on his home lake of Gunnersville to kick off the Elite season, but excelled at Lake Martin, winning the second stop of the Elite Series. He had some other requirements he had to do, so he only had a day of practice here. But that was no problem for him. Big bag on day 1 and has made it all the way to Championship Saturday. It's about 18 pounds, 14 ounces so far. Caught a couple of the skinnier fish we've seen today as well, and we'll get into that a little bit more. I've got Mike Sukon with me in studio, along with Keith Combs. And Keith, we've also seen Jace Lindsay as somebody who's slow to get started, but every bite we saw Jace catch was a 4 to 6 pounder, which is what he needs today.
Yeah, he's definitely been catching quality. Pake's got a big lead, but this is Rayburn. We're seeing 11 pounders. We're seeing fireworks go off today, so anything's possible in this second half.
Right now, with Pake having 30 pounds, you'd need close to the biggest bag of the tournament if you wanted to come back and win. Jace has been in our top 3 every single day. He started off this tournament so strong on day 1. He had 30 pounds, 12 ounces. Yesterday, 26.9. Today, just under 21 pounds. Still early, though. They left the dock at 7 a.m., so we're exactly at the midday point, 4 hours into the day with 4 hours of fishing left to go.
And like he's going to double that, Ronnie. But he started 5 pounds back of the lead, and he's caught what he's got there. Fortunately for him, Pake South is up to 30 pounds even.
The real big key when you come to a fishery like this isn't necessarily the 3.5 to 4.5 pounders. When there's 10 plus pounders swimming around, if you can get one of those, you can make a big jump up the leaderboard to have a chance to win. This young man, I say young, oldest angler in our top 10, 32 years old.
Keep reeling down,
Andrew Behnke from Wisconsin, the full-time firefighter, slid out for a Bassmaster Open in South Texas. And fellas, he started off with a 5-fish limit for about 6 pounds. That was his first decent one of the day.
That's a good one.
Makes a cull. His few fish later, he had about a 10-pound limit. Catches a 6.5 pounder and then an 11 pounder. And he's doing what Keith Combs likes, throwing a 6 and an 8XD out there.
Yeah, he's making me jealous. He's doing it the old school way, but he is an old man. He's 32. So what do you expect? But no, he is catching them, and he's in an area with some giant fish. Him and his the guy that's fishing right beside him both have possibly a double digit in the boat. That's unheard of.
And these two anglers, that's another twist to the story, Keith Combs, is the water's 9 feet low, but the same amount of big fish live in this place. They have found a giant school of fish, but they have shared it all week long. Both of them with plus bags of 27 plus throughout the week.
Yeah.
Both of them with a struggle day, but today is not a struggle for Behnke.
right there.
Another PB for him. So they're splitting fish up. Started the day in 7th and 8th. Hard to win when you're sharing a spot, but boy, this place has put them out this week.
Absolutely, Rayburn's showing out, and we got more to come. I think the evening bite could be just as good as the morning bite, or even better.
We'll get into some of those bite windows. We know that morning hour is always key, but some lakes just fire up before weigh-in, and Rayburn has done that each of the first 2 days for some anglers. And with no saving fish today, we may see the best for some of these anglers.
We've already
today.
seen 36.15, the top bag ever caught in a Bassmaster Open from our Riley Harris. He had a 11.14, the second biggest bass, individual bass caught in Opens competition, to a 12.5. And this guy had a 10-pounder on day one, and he backed it up again today.
He had a 34.4 bag as well. If Riley Harris didn't exist, Such, he would have the largest single-day bag in Opens history. He has to take second on that one. He's caught a 10-1 on day one. He's caught a 10 3/4 today, and he won't win big bass for either of those days.
Unless he catches one here in the afternoon.
Unless he catches another one. But it doesn't matter if Pake South takes second for big bass. A couple days this week, he may take first in this event, unofficially with the highest 3-day weight in B.A.S.S. history for 3-day events. Obviously, Opens, the Invitationals back in the day, the top 100s, things like that. 92 plus pounds beats the mark that Scott Martin had in 2024 with 90 pounds, 6 ounces. And this young man from just down the road near Lake Fork, trying to win a Bassmaster Open to punch his ticket to the 27 Bassmaster Classic.
If he stays in points on the Elite Series, he can double qualify, get the next guy down in the points into the Classic.
Boom, son! Yeah, I think he's feeling really confident in the tournament right now. He's just focused on catching that 100 pounds. That's his goal.
Oh my gosh, dude. Start with a 5-pound lead and 10 over a lot of other guys.
And it happens real quick. He's fishing pretty shallow, in theory, up a creek farther than most. We saw him catch a lot of 3.5 to 4s, and then a 6 and an 11. That's just the way Rayburn is, Keith. Can you explain that? I mean, that's a good quality to be around, but the 6s and 11s just happen to show up sometimes.
I think Pake's area is different than you see a lot of guys fishing the main lake, and they're fishing fish that are relating to shad. There's big ones mixed in, but they're catching a lot of numbers of fish. Pake's in an area that I think those fish are probably, I'm sure there's some bait fish present, but their main reason for being there is they're moving back into a big drain with timber, possibly some grass, and they're thinking about spawning. So he's dealing with a different class of fish. He's not dealing with those main lake shad eaters. He's just dealing with big ones.
And he hasn't really seen any skinny ones. We've seen some main lake guys catch really skinny ones. Not the case for him. That backs up your point for sure.
Pake's small one is a 312 on Bass Track, and he's got a 4.4. His other smallest is a 5.0. You said the almost 11-pounder and a 6 1/4.
6 1/4 and an 11.
30 pounds even, 92 pounds, 5 ounces.
He still
total.
has plenty of room to grow to hit 100.
I think so.
Out to Jace Lindsay.
He needs to get it in gear.
He's slacking.
He's slacking. he sets the hook, they're good ones too. This guy right here, just about every fish is big.
He's from in between Lake Fork and Sam Rayburn, not far from where Lee Livesey lives. Just missed out on the elites at Okeechobee last year in the EQs. And was second at Leech Lake. There we go. Second unofficially on Bass Track right now.
He was 6th when he went down to Okeechobee and he fell to 17th.
5-pounder for him right here will definitely upgrade.
Look at the tail coming out of her throat. You see that? That's how we need them all built. Hopefully she won't. She got it put down there pretty good ways. She should be 5. Yeah. Five one. 5-1. There we go.
This bumping, everything over 5.
That's his biggest fish. He's up to 22 and change, almost 23.
Yeah, almost all his fish this morning have been solid.
That's a big one.
Out to Colby Bryant.
That's a big one.
Former Sam Houston State college fisherman. He's also the old man of the group, 32 years old.
Ancient.
Stay on there. Oh yeah. Spin. Get right here. Come here, baby. Yes. Let's go. It's only a matter of time. Trying to do this, keep the hooks out of her gills. Be easy when I lay you down now.
He's been using a jerkbait most of the day. We see that again. A different hue to it. We might be getting to some color selection, the water clarity in different regions of this lake. As we get out to Colin Crawford, been really consistent for the first 2 days of competition. A little slower today, but he had 25, 15, 25, 3 first 2 days.
Oh, it ain't. It's like a 3.5. No. Tag fish.
Show me. Oh.
It's probably one of those big black splash deals. Yeah, it is.
That could be worth a truck. There's a program like that, yeah.
Yeah,
big
cut it off to get your money.
Bass Cash.
I don't know how much it
There's
is.
Time frame?
I'm not sure exactly what the rules are, but they released a bunch of,
you
got to register for it. They released a ton of fish back in the Rayburn, and I think that the first, there's one of them tagged with a truck, one of them tagged with a boat, something like that. But
Toledo, I think, as well.
3-3.
Toledo, yeah.
3-3. Gave us 15 too.
So technically, if I put this on YouTube and I name it Colin Catches a Truck, that's not clickbait. That could be true, right?
Technically, that could be true.
Catches a truck.
Last I'd heard, nobody had caught the tag fish for a truck.
So we head out to Pake south from Colin Crawford. Pake has been in this general region, this Ash Bayou, not far from Buck Bay as well.
Yep.
In practice and during the tournament, I'll watch them on scope and just not throw at them and see which way they're going. Like I noticed the first day of the tournament, every single bass I caught in here was swimming towards the back, like they're moving back in here. See what she thinks about the stunner. Gotta get her to react to something. She won't. I can't get her to move on anything. Nope. Nope. She's smart. She's real smart. The only reason I'm not throwing that jerk bait more, they bite it really good. The only reason I'm not throwing it more because these trees are so thick. Your hookup to land ratio's not great with little jerk bait treble hooks.
It's interesting to me that, you know, Pake is up the ash arm, and like there's plenty of big fish, plenty of tournaments, one up there.
She got me around a tree and was, mean, going all over the place.
He's a long ways up there. He's a good ways up that arm of the lake, but we're not seeing the Angelina or the Atoyac play as much as that, you know, the big mid-lake, main lake basin is for our top 10. Pake's one of the guys that's way up one of the arms, but you know, that area above the 147 bridge, I think we have just one guy in the top 10 up there.
Good insight from him there. Even if it's a different way of approaching it, it's almost like watching and studying a sight fish, seeing how they circle their bed and swim. He said he watched them make their way to the backs of creeks in practice, and that is where he has gotten 92 pounds, 5 ounces. Still got 4 hours left in the day to try to break 100 pounds for 3 days. We've got a guy in the studio who's done just that. An elite company for sure. Pake South still has more work to do. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender, is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Yamaha, and by Progressive Insurance. It's been a fun day on Big Sam, as they call it, Jasper, Texas, for the second stop of the 2026 Bassmaster Opens. Welcome into the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster studio. Ronnie Moore here with Mike Sukon, and we have Keith Combs, Elite Series Pro, and Sam Rayburn, legend, in studio with us today to walk down one of the best opens that's ever been, and a record-breaking open. And Such, we didn't necessarily know how it would go. Last year's Open at Rayburn had some big weather come in, some scary things, and made it a one-day tournament. And there was some fear that we do it again this year, we may not get a full tournament, but boy, we're glad to have all 3 days. It has provided some fireworks.
We're setting records. 30-pound bags, the biggest open bag ever, 36.15. Second, Pake South has 34.4. We have our second largest bass ever in an open. Riley with a 11.14. We got 3 almost 10-pounders today. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Record weight total.
We appreciate you coming on to studio. You drove basically from the lake all the way up to Little Rock to join us. And Keith, you know this place like the back of your hand. It is 9 feet low. It looks a little different to others who have maybe never been here. What do you expect at Rayburn? How has it gone for you this morning with what your maybe preconceived notions were of how this tournament would go?
They're fishing similar to what I thought, the prevalent patterns would be, catching fish, big fish, and it's the perfect storm, really. It is. We've had a fairly mild winter. We had 2 major cold fronts. The lake is low, the fish are condensed, but they're wanting to push back in those creeks and spawn. And those guys that are in between that big main lake body and those creeks, like we see Pake South, they're taking full advantage of that.
Does it make you feel good with a bait that you know very well, the Strike King XD series, the 6XD, the 8XD, to see someone put 30 pounds on the scale unofficially? That was a fun flurry from Andrew Behnke. For those guys who have had a big morning, it's hard to really cull up over 30 other places, but it's a possibility. What do you expect from him to adjust to do that today?
I think Andrew's definitely going to have to make an adjustment. That's a very common thing on Rayburn, is to get off to a big start. Tons of tournaments are won on that lake in the first hour cranking in the pre-spawn in wintertime. And we saw him catch them really good for that first hour, 2 hours of the day. Now it's slowed down, and we see the guys in his area catching fish on the minnow-style baits. And I think the big ones are still there. He's just going to have to make that adjustment and slow down. They probably won't react to that crankbait, especially in the section of the lake he's in.
Well, we've got one expert of Rayburn in studio, and we have another one on the line in our Yamaha on the line. That is Dakota Ebare, Elite Series Pro. He also fished in the Open this week, 17th place, Dakota. Whoa, are you out on Rayburn, or are you out fishing for redfish somewhere? What is Dakota Ebare doing today?
I had some family come in town, and he just bought a new center console boat, so he wanted to go run it. So we're just kind of down here on the south end of the lake, staying out of everybody's way, and just enjoying the day. This is actually my first off day that I've had in a while, so just enjoying the time with family that I get. We don't get a lot of it this time of the year.
Normally, the fishing days and tournament competition, it's work. It's not fun, but this week had to be pretty fun. Rayburn is putting out record weights. We're seeing individual giant big bass. Obviously, it's not always easy everywhere, but for someone who knows Rayburn, with the water level the way it's at, the water temperature it's at, how did you think this week went for you and your tournament?
Oh, I was very frustrated with my finish, this week, honestly. Because I knew what was fixing to go down. Monday was my first day of practice. It was slick, calm, sunny, and warm. And I just saw giants cruise around everywhere, I told everybody it was going to take over 90 to win. And it's been right on cue. Like Keith said a while ago, it's been the perfect storm, because we've had all this cold weather, and it really just had those fish kind of, unpressured, because a lot of guys were on the lake. And then we've got all this warm weather that's really raised the water temperature. All the bait flooded into these creeks, the gizzard shad, the threadfin, and then right behind them was all these big pre-spawn females. And it has been a perfect storm this week, and these guys have smashed them. But it was a lot of fun. Did get to catch some big ones yesterday. I just could not get them to fire on day one. And I was around big ones all day long. Just couldn't. It looks really easy out there at times, on paper especially, but it's still hard to get those big bites. But a lot of fun this week for sure.
Hey, Dakota, you had a pretty good finish, 17th, 25 pounds on day 2. Your Elite Series is going pretty well too, way better than last season. Compared to last season, you already made 2 cuts in the top 10, and last year, boy, it took you a little while to get going.
Yeah, after our start last year, I was just thankful to squeak into the Classic. I just had a rough season, honestly, and it was an interesting deal. I was just kind of truthfully in a bad place, both on and off the water. I don't know, just going through a funk, I guess. I guess we all do that at some point in time in life, but I was thankful to get the train, back on the tracks, and after Hartwell, and start catching some bass and really enjoying it. That's been the biggest thing this year is, kind of building a solid foundation, just getting back to enjoying fishing, man. Just enjoying being outdoors, and I'm very thankful to get to do what I do, and very thankful for all the opportunities that I have. And sometimes we just need a little struggle to put things into perspective, I think. And I had that, and I'm thankful for that. And hopefully we keep this train rolling in the right direction.
Yeah, Dakota, I had a question for you on, I fished a couple days ago on Kurth Lake, just a few miles from Rayburn, and it was 62 degrees first thing in the morning. There was already some fish moved up on beds. Is that kind of what's going on? I mean, I know, guys are catching mostly pre-spawners, but what's the water temperature that you saw at Rayburn, and any bedding fish?
Yeah, there's no doubt there's probably some fish already bedding here at Rayburn. The water's like in that 62 range, especially back in the pockets and stuff. I don't think many guys are probably targeting them though, just because there's so many pre-spawn fish right now, and the water's pretty dingy here at Rayburn because there's no vegetation with the water level that it's at. So, it's not easy to find clear water where you could actually see them spawning. But there's no doubt, I'm sure there's, quite a few buck bass, at least on beds. Yep. And it won't be long and there'll be some big females moving up. But we've got a cold front moving in this week, so that's probably going to push things back a little bit. But there's no doubt that this has been the absolute perfect storm of a pre-spawn Sam Rayburn East Texas Smash Fest. I mean, that's just what you dream of with the conditions that we had this week. And it's been really great to showcase the lake and what its potential is.
So Dakota, I know you obviously from the college series back in the day at Tarleton State. I remember a Monday evening in January of 2024, you give me a call unexpectedly and say, hey, can I get in the opens? I would love a chance to make the elites, and I really want to make and fish a Bassmaster Classic before I leave this earth. Well, you got to make the Classic. How are you feeling with the couple weeks left before achieving a dream come true of fishing in it, but also keeping your mindset on trying to win that? Because like you said, I don't forget anything, and we had that conversation a couple years ago, and it's now finally coming to fruition.
Man, just extremely thankful and blessed, honestly. And y'all brought up kind of my rough start to my
that was Such,
quote unquote rookie season. Yeah. Well, no, but it's okay because I don't think that I'd be where I'm at now with the perspective I have and fishing the way that I'm fishing and enjoying it the way that I'm enjoying it without being where I was at that point, because I did, risk a lot to try to make it to the Elite Series, and the road to the Elite Series is so tough, as we all know. These guys are so good. The competition level has gotten extremely tough just in the last couple of years. I think the competition now is 5 times better than it was 5 years ago. Just all these young kids that are so conditioned to catching them all different types of ways are so good and are making it so competitive that I'm just thankful to be able to make it to the elites and now to the Classic, and I couldn't be more excited to be going to Knoxville here in a couple of weeks. My first Classic that I ever went to was at Knoxville. I watched, I think it was Octafo won that year, and man, that's a special place. It's going to be a great event. Crowds are going to be phenomenal, and the fishing is going to be pretty good. I'm pretty confident of that. I went up there and pre-fished, and man, I just can't wait to get up there.
Well, awesome. We appreciate Dakota Ebare joining us for Yamaha on the Line. A 17th place finish here at Rayburn, below his standards, but everybody else will take it. And boy, we are seeing a great top 10 today. We appreciate him taking a few moments from breaking in a center console out there on the south end of Rayburn. I didn't know we'd get an on the water report. I just said, hey man, are you available today? He said, yeah, for sure. And so good to see him out on Jim Cantori style on the water, giving us a weather update. Out with our leader, Pake South. Still about 7 pounds and change from the century mark.
That one's not. Come on. Boom! Boom, son! They gonna have to catch them now, dude. Boom! Look at the build on that thing. Whoo! Son! I didn't even see her. I had a guard chasing it, and she just come out of the bottom. Thank you, Jesus. Boy, that's a blessing right there. See what this gets us to. Oh God, that's calling a 3-pounder.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be 2.5, 3 more pounds. Be at 98.
Another 6 3/4.
99.
90. No, it'll be 90.
33.75 is what the Bubba says.
Okay, yeah.
It's calling number 1. Wrong number 1.
That's his 7 pounds to 100 in half, basically. Being that 95 to
33 pounds even today.
Showing a little replay of that as another big one. Another big one for Pake South.
Smallest left is a 4-pound, 4-ounce. That was a 612.
He'll make short work of that.
95.5 for Pake South. He only leads by 15 pounds, 4 ounces over Jace Lindsay. Better be careful, Andrew Behnke sneaking up there, 17 pounds back. Boy, Pake South is running away with it today. What a big bass bonanza it has been. Second Bassmaster Open of the year here at Sam Rayburn, and it has not disappointed for a minute. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender here at Sam Rayburn with our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter. Sam Rayburn, biggest lake exclusively in Texas, 9th largest fishery in the United States. Boy, it is on one of the short lists of lakes that can put out giant bass. To think of living near Toledo Bend and near Sam Rayburn, you may not have great internet, Keith Combs, but boy, you always have great fishing. And those two lakes, whether they're both on fire or one is better than the other, boy, they are both world-class fisheries in close proximity.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll pass on the bad internet. Live where I live.
Out with Fisher Anaya, our Elite Series champion from Lake Martin last week. Abbreviated practice period.
Yeah, get the big one up there. Come on, big one.
Fished this event obviously last year, so he has some Rayburn experience.
Really big one there too. That one will help right there, boys.
Every time he sets the hook, it seems like his fish are about 30 feet away from the boat. Like they're right there. You notice that?
In that zone.
He's in the zone.
See a little bit more timber in this view for him, which means he's probably a little bit tucked up in places more rather than on the main drag. There are places that it'll be like this most likely.
Looked like he had crept up that Ash Bayou arm, kind of across from Pake South, more in the Buck Bay type area.
You're gonna get rid of a 3 even. Oh yeah, 3 1/4. Should have number 5. Put that back in on that side. We need the kicker bite now. We got quality.
Keith Combs, what's that like? He and Pake South are on really great runs here. You've been on them. What they say? Oh, every decision I make is right. What's that feel like? What happens? How's that come about?
I mean, I think the last couple lakes have really lined up for what they like to do. I mean, you see them going from Lake Martin to Lake Sam Rayburn, which are entirely different fisheries, yes. No similarities.
That's a giant.
But they're fishing the same way. They're doing what they do. The lakes are lining up really good for them right now.
Stay pegged, baby. I mean, a grown one. Stay on there, stay on there. Let's just go for a boat ride. God, I thought you were bigger than that. It's because I got you hooked on it. You're still a good one though. Come here. Open that mouth. Yes. Much better. Solid one. They're just moving so slow.
once you can get them hot on it, like there towards the end, you saw me start working it real fast. Once they start chasing it on the bottom like that, it's almost game over. Number 2. Moving on up.
Colby Bryant, he's been the farthest north angler we've seen up Sam Rayburn today. We obviously see Jace Lindsay making his way up above the 147 there as we head to our south, over to Pake south, in that Ash Bayou arm of Sam Rayburn. And you talked about it, you can see there on Google Earth, there's so many different, it's not just a straight arm of the creek. There's so many different channels and groups of fish. It's not all one deal, and he has found a place where fish are moving in and out of to spawn in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, that area he's in has it all. I mean, it's really at this level, it's just basically a big drain full of timber. And if you looked at the aerials when they were zooming in there, you could see just tons of contours, tons of little points, high spots, ridges. When we had the other footage of that showed the bottom composition, you've seen a lot of little variations in that area. Great area to be in. He's making the most of it.
We've been telling stories about Pake South the last few weeks. Dave Mercer's been mentioning meeting him when he was just a youngin'. He's still a youngin'. Keith Combs also met him. Didn't know he met him, but we've got some old school photos. Look at Keith. This was probably after just based on the jersey style, the era of the TTBCs when you were wrecking havoc in every single one of those, no matter what lake it was on. And we got young Pake, I believe, on the left with you.
Mm-hmm, I think that's him. Yeah, I did not know that was going to be my competition one of these days.
There he is again, on the left. And this is after you sealed the deal.
That's Lake Fork. That was the big tournament right there. So yeah.
You showed him how to catch 100 pounds in 3 days right here. This is what you did.
Yeah, I showed him too much, I guess.
Guess so.
Pretty cool. He's all grown up now and catching big ones.
Classic memories as a kid. I know they serve them well, especially for a kid in the outdoors who loves the sport of fishing and wants to do it one day. Now the opportunities are there to fish in the junior and the high school and the college, and if that's not your vibe, to fish local trails. It's Texas and Alabama are similar. It is the proving grounds. If you fish locally and can compete, then you might as well just jump to the opens at a certain point. Yeah. And that is what young Pake did last year. And now he's made the Elite Series and now trying to make his first Classic with a win today.
Yeah, Pake was definitely groomed to be a professional fisherman. Like, I remember those pictures that we just showed. I think it was his dad was there. Maybe that was his younger brother. They would come up and they had like a script that they would say. Yeah, I'm serious. They were like perfect. You know, most young kids are kind of scared to talk. Not them. They could talk fishing at a young age. And I've had several of my guide friends over at Lake Fork sending me pictures of, Pake when he was 7 or 8 years old out with them fishing, and saying that, they couldn't get him off of the lake till it was pitch black dark. So he's definitely a fisherman.
Four box with 4 of our top 5, first, second, third, and fifth. Pake South started with the lead. Jace Lindsay started in second, 5 pounds back. That has now grown today. Andrew Behnke started 14 pounds back in 7th. It's about the same deficit behind for the most part, but he has moved all the way to 3rd. Fisher Anaya sitting right where he started the day, I believe.
That's the first time I seen Fisher and I get out of that butt seat. I thought something was going down there.
Just had to adjust.
Yeah, I don't know. It is so rare to get 3 days of just calm conditions this time of year on Rayburn. We got the big front right before they showed up and another one coming next week, but these guys have been blessed with some great weather.
Our youngest competitor here, 19.
That's a good one. Decent one. Up a little bit. Two and a half.
2.5 for Ryland. Hamlin. It's about the size that Andrew Behnke was catching in his initial limit. Saw a bunch of quantity, not quality, in the first 30 minutes. Then we saw the big one show up in this general region. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender at Sam Rayburn rolls on. We've still got over 2 hours of live fishing on such a fantastic fishery to bring you. Top 10, the second open of the year, out on Rayburn. Final day here, the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open at Sam Rayburn Reservoir, Pake South. Like I said, final day, but that's not 4 days. That is 3 days of fishing you were looking at there. 95 pounds, 5 ounces for him, 80 pounds for second, 78 for third, and those three would be on pace for the Century Club for a 4-day event. But Pake South thinks it's possible and wants to get 100 pounds for 3 days. We have a guy in studio who has done that in 3 days, over 100 pounds. He's also done it in 4 days for an Elite Series event back in 2013 at Falcon Lake. Keith Combs. It was actually a 5-day event because we had 1 day canceled due to basically a sandstorm in that region. Big weather, big bass in 2013 at Falcon. The only 2 times we've been there have set records, and you are one of the champions. Combs, man, what is for people who don't know, Falcon in 2013, Falcon in 08, what a special place.
Yeah, it was incredible. This tournament was actually a very tough event. You know, it was one where Falcon was really kind of declining at the time, but the weights were still incredible. You don't hear a lot about Falcon because the water level's so low right now, but it's still pumping out big ones. And you know, I hope sometime soon we get water and we can have another Elite Series down there. It's just an incredible place.
Keith Combs' first Elite Series victory. He did win again at Mille Lacs Lake as well. And then your third B.A.S.S victory happened right here at Sam Rayburn in a Bassmaster Open. You've won across 3 different levels of bass in theory. You've won an Elite Series event. You've won an AOI Championship event, which was the best of the best in a 50-man fight for 3 days. I believe you were on pace for century mark there as well. And then here at Sam Rayburn in the fall of a Bassmaster Open.
We've got a solid little limit.
Out with Jace Lindsay now.
Low 20s. Now we're just in search for one of those Sam Rayburn giants. Get us up there in that upper 20s to 30 range. Really need 2 of them. We've got 2 mid to high 3-pounders I'd like to get rid of. You know, if we could get rid of them with some 8 to 10 pounders, you know, we could really make a run at this thing, I think. So we're just gonna keep our head down and keep plucking away at them. You never know out here what's going to happen.
So we make a move down lake to Riley Harris, our day one leader from Orange, Texas, 36 pounds, 15 ounces. He said this morning that the fish have moved and he wasn't sure what his plan today would be. Let's get an update.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been really tough today, and everywhere I seem to go, it's just can't get on them. They've all moved to try to make the adjustments, and they're not there either. So I really don't know. It's been a pretty frustrating day, but we're just gonna keep seeing what we can do. I mean, I just had one that was absolutely ridiculous on the quad that didn't get the hook. But then we had that other one. I don't know if that was on camera either. I told you I had one hooked for a second. He popped off, and it's like a 5 or 6 pounder jumped in front of the boat. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not been our day. But we're just gonna keep trying.
Thanks for that.
Yep.
$35.5 less pounds than day one. We set the one-day record, 36.15. Had a monster.
Yeah, I really would like to get into, how did he do that on the first day? Because yesterday and today have been a grind for him. And, I keep up with some of the local tournament scene, the team tournaments and stuff, and I've seen this guy, I believe he won a big team event 2 years ago, or last year with a huge weight, and maybe another mid-level type event on Rayburn, and I think a BFL type tournament on Toledo with a big weight. So he's been definitely catching him in that area, and when he started out big, I thought, oh, here we go.
I think when he hit almost a 12-pounder out of 37, the other ones averaged 6 pounds.
Yeah, when he wins, he catches a big bag.
Yeah.
So, yeah, seeing that 35 or 36 pounds from him on day one, I was like, wow, this is going to go, I know where this is headed, but uh-oh.
He was an ounce shy of 37. Here's one.
Oh,
wrapped
no.
up.
Uh-oh.
If it's the fuzz, it might be okay. If it's the stunner, it's going to be stuck. Oh.
It's the fuzz.
Oh, he's free.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's in.
Yeah, just the 6-pounder. Pake don't really care.
Hammer still.
Oh my God. That's a good one. Yeah, he's a cool. What's going on?
You're breaking your rod.
What is that? What's the medicine?
Gotta be at least a pound.
No. Almost 4.5. It's 4:41, what my deal says. That was a cluster.
Couple ounces. I was spying on you. You had 42 pounds on day one at Fork. Your big was a, 10, 14? She also had a 9 3/4 and an 8, so you need 3 lunkers pretty much to get a 42-pound bag.
Yeah, when you have a special day and anything over 30, it's hard to make any ground. I mean, that's just, you're dealing with, culling 6 and 7 pound fish. But
well, it has definitely slowed down a little bit, which has happened pretty much every single day. After about 10:30, it's a grind to try and get a bite. So this morning was absolutely incredible. We are still going for that filthy 40, so we got some work to do. We got time, it's about noon. So hopefully we can knock one in the head and get him to bite. We're gonna sit here pretty much all day just because I know what's here. And then probably just drag some stuff around and see if we can trick one into biting. But they wised up pretty quick with 2 of us sitting here. So it is what it is, but we're gonna grind it out and see what we can do the rest of the day. We still got a ways to go if we want to catch up to these boys. So I'm not gonna stop, I have to put on the gas all day. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple here and there cruising around on the bottom. You'll see a couple wolf packs come in, but I don't know what it is. I can't get them to even chase a minnow. Like they'll follow it, but I won't say chase it because they don't really pursue it. Like they'll just tail it. They don't rush at it. So they're still around. There's still quite a few fish around. We might mosey around this whole area, just kind of explore a little bit, see what we can do, and hunker back in here before the day is done, because there's a sweet spot here, but it seems like the sweet spot moves. It's like one time they're feeding in the ditch, and another time they're feeding on top, so you just kind of move around with them and try to keep them biting.
Still hearing Hunter Shrike at times there, Keith.
I like the man's style. He's hanging with the plug. He's gonna catch 40 pounds. You heard him say that. Yep. We still got a chance of this thing. I like what he's doing. Makes me jealous that I'm not there.
Sam Rayburn, final day here. Got to hear from Andrew Behnke, one of the biggest movers of the day, one of the biggest bags of the week, certainly his biggest of his life. We'll be back for more from Sam Rayburn. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live, out with Pake South, Jace Lindsay, Andrew Behnke, and Fisher Anaya. Currently 4 of our top 5 anglers. Got 8 cameras on the water with our top 10 today. We've been able to see some impressive things. 2 for sure, over 10, near that 11-pound mark. Another one that was a 9.5 that we believe could be close to 10 as well. Some 30-pound bags and plenty of Rayburn quality with 3.5 to 4.5 pounders to go around. A guy like Jace Lindsay, he's the one that could truly benefit from a giant. He has all those 4s to 6, I think maybe is his biggest. But just solid Rayburn fish for him. Getting an 8 to 10 would be huge for him.
But I'll probably be there a little bit earlier. But weigh-in starts a little after 3. Find the females in here. If we can make something happen, I just gotta find the female.
Come on, I want to just lock it up. Yep. That's pretty dang wild, man. This spot is incredible. I don't play the game this way, but it's like you have this spot to yourself. No telling what you could do, you know. It's worked out pretty good for both of us.
You just came up all over it.
No complaints. Absolutely none. Just having fun. I want to catch them, but I'm having fun.
Summed up pretty good there. Can't play the what ifs game.
My man is having fun.
But boy, 30 pounds on the final day. He's made a couple more bucks than he would have, and maybe gets a top 3 trophy. Yep. He doesn't know that yet.
No.
Yeah, so we got like, I think a little over 16 pounds, and we got all the same size fish. They're like all 3 1/4s to 3 1/2 pounders. Seeing tons of giants. They're just, they're not doing it. Can't get any of them to commit. I got the same bag I've had the past 2 days, except the past 2 days I've had at least 2 over 6. First day I had a 6 and a 7 and a 5. Today I've got all 3s. Yesterday I had an 8 and a 6. I don't know, they've slowly gotten smarter as the week goes on. And I bet I've had probably close to 40 pounds nose my minnow already today. They just ain't.
He mentioned it, just consistent sized fish today, and he's had a consistent tournament 2 days, both days over 25 pounds. Today is falling short of that mark, but overall, to get to the final day, you had to pull some heavy lifting suits to get there, and he has done that.
Yeah, well, when you get those big round numbers, those 8s and the 6s, man, that 2 fish for about 15 pounds, you're on your way to a 25-pound bag, which he's done the first 2 days. He just hasn't found one of those over 4 to 5 pounders today. Like what he's doing, Keith Combs?
No, no.
But he switched up. That's what I was thinking. If he's only around the 3-pound class fish.
I like what he's catching, but I'd like to see him catching them another way.
Yes.
But he is definitely doing what he needs to do for this format, and he is catching big ones every day, fishing the big minnow. Just looking for that big one today.
Region of the lake, a little farther up the lake, but he's somewhat mid-lake if you look at how big the lake is as a whole. Are you seeing quality show up? Obviously, we talk about up a creek or up a branch of a deal or on the main lake, but for the main lake guys, are there regions of this lake that fire first, or will be, maybe fatter as we get closer to the spawn earlier?
It's so hard for me to answer that question, like with the lake being so low, and I got a ton of history on Rayburn, but kind of throw it out the window because the areas of the lake that normally play, they're not really as prevalent. We're not seeing those areas play this week. I'm not saying there's not fish there, but that taking 9 feet of water out of Rayburn and taking all the shoreline cover out of it just makes it such a different animal. But the lake is definitely full of big ones from one end to the other. But normally, yeah, your upper ends of the lakes are going to fire a little bit sooner. But that's also looking at conventional type fishing history too. When you can pinpoint them in open water like a lot of these guys are doing, that kind of changes that too, because a lot of the upper ends of a lake are just more target oriented. You're gonna have better grass, you're gonna have more stained water, a lot more wood. So it kind of lends itself to positioning fish around the cover. So
Understandable. As we go make a move down lake a little bit, you see Riley Harris bouncing around. He was just over there by Pake South. Now he's on the main drag, and Ryland, Hamlin, and Andrew Behnke knew that they've pounded this spot. They joked about it. So it seems like some people have been fishing here the last few days because both of them have utilized this big school almost to its limits, but we're still picking off some solid fish like Ryland is right here.
Close to 100 pounds, both of them out of that area.
Got a good one hooked up right now. Might help a little bit. Well, good is relative. I said good. What has good got to be? 6 pounds, 7 pounds right now?
Yeah.
9 pounds?
211 boats started, and there's about 190 limits both first 2 days, and the average fish was 3 pounds and change. So figure the top 10 be double that.
Yeah.
So 15, 30
pounds.
So you said that the cut weight for a check was about 17 or 18 pounds?
It was 18.5.
18.5.
36.11, I believe, was Alex Wetherell.
It's pretty stout anywhere you go. 18.5 pounds to get a check.
For 45th.
Wow.
Ryland Hamlin, straight out of 7th grade. Just kidding. He's 19 years old, but boy, he looks young. The Michigan angler. Congratulations on a great week making it here. He's been sharing what we would say is maybe the best spot on Rayburn. Pake South has the best region, best pattern, but the best spot has been shared between Ryland Hamlin and Andrew Behnke. That's got to be 10 pounds. He said 9.5.
Yeah,
that's got to be a 10-pounder. Really seen Andrew in this area use a big crankbait, a 6XD, an 8XD in some cases, whereas Ryland has culled in an unconventional way, but where Ryland has utilized a Nico-rigged Crush City Janitor and some minnow baits like that, compared to having that bonus bite of a big plug.
Well, I'm feeling pretty good right now. We got over 20 pounds and lots of room for improvement. So we got a pretty good bag working on, but like I said, we got plenty of room for improvement. We got 4 or 3 that are all still in the 2-pound range, and then a good 3.5, and then one almost 10 pounds. So there's a lot of big ones around here. We're around the right ones. Caught a lot of big ones out of this area right here between me and Andrew up there. So they're down there, and we got lots of room for improvement. So we're gonna keep chipping away at it and see if we can't trick a couple more big ones to bite.
"19-year-old from Jackson, Michigan comes down here, gets a personal best 11 pounds, 7 ounces at a Bass Opens weigh-in. Makes a top 10.
11.7, has an almost 10 today. How often do you get to say that in a tournament?
Only at Sam Rayburn. We've said that phrase a couple times today, but that is very true. One of the best fisheries in the world. Man, we've been blessed with it. We got the Kissimmee chain, big bass factory there. Cody Stahl's victory to start the Opens. And here this week at Sam Rayburn, 2 big-time events to kick off the Opens for Division I and Division II. Back out on Sam Rayburn for the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open here in Jasper, Texas. Humphreys Family Pavilion down there. That's the takeoff and weigh-in site where we will have the weigh-in in 3 hours' time. Colin Crawford hooked up with another one.
Might help a little bit. I don't know if she will or not. By an ounce. It's huge, but he helps. I don't know which one it is. Let's see there. I think it's that one. Make sure.
was that, 3-3 or something?
Yeah, that one was 3-2, and this one's 3-1, I believe. Oh, now it shows 3-2. Let's see. I just have to get all three of them out cold.
Colin Crawford, been so consistent this week to the guy who's had the biggest bag of the tournament, 36-15, the biggest bag in Opens history. Riley Harris on day one. Only one fish today, and our day one leader has fallen to 10th place.
We say at the elites, if you're going to fall one day, be day 3. Same thing with the Opens. You're in the top 10.
Yeah, he said it at Takeoff. Nowhere to go, but, you know, up.
He mentioned his big school, or his school of big ones that he found on day one dwindled yesterday to just a 20-pound bag. We say just 20, but when you have 37 pounds on day one, just 20 is a
6-inch shindo on a scrounger head, man. That's that has been a killer lately. I'm gonna get it right here.
That's certainly a drop, 37 to 20 pounds, and now today, just
heck,
getting his
my
second
bad.
fish at 12:30.
Scale somewhere else.
Yeah.
So you have to scrap it and figure something out.
Definitely makes me curious of how it went down when he caught the 36-pound bag on the first day, because over the years, a lot of the tournaments that I've kept up with and been a part of, when somebody catches a bag like that, or even a 40-pound bag, a lot of times it goes down really quick off one spot. It's just a pile of big ones have staged up there, and you know, it's over. You know, probably within the first couple hours of the day.
Man, if we'd have those other two from earlier,
He may have had a school like that that just dried up on him.
I'd be able to breathe a little bit more.
He has our Phoenix Boats Big Bass, an 11-14. That is the second largest ever in Opens history to Kyle Fox's 12.5 back in 2007. A lot of records going to be, new names going to be put in the Opens record books this week.
Yes, sir.
2 bags topping the 33-2 from Okeechobee. So far 2, maybe 3 with Pakes today. He's right there.
It's been pretty good so far. Started the year off great with a win on Lake Martin on my second Bassmaster Elite Series tournament ever. So started off the year strong. Been riding that momentum road to Sam Rayburn, just kind of riding the high wave, and showed up and caught them a lot better than I expected to catch them. I had 28 the first day, 21 yesterday, and I got about 19 today. So today I got all quality fish, which is different than what I have been doing. I've been catching 1 or 2 giants each day and then just some little rats to go with it. And today I got all quality ones, just can't find that giant. But we're plucking through the trees right now. As y'all can tell, looks like we're in the dang forest, but just trying to ease our way through here, not tear nothing up. There's a couple big ones roaming. There's a lot more fish in here than what's been in here. I think the bucks are pulling up trying to spawn, so just gotta eventually run into a female out here. There's plenty of trees for her to hang on, so just gonna ease our way around through here and see if we can't find her. I think that was gonna happen. Got karaoke going up there? can't hide forever. I'll find you eventually.
Relatively young fishery. We think about Lake Martin. When Lake Martin was impounded in 1926, it was the largest fishery in the United States. That was a long time ago, 100 years for Lake Martin last week. Rayburn.
Oh, they're big on it, giant on it.
Yeah, largest man-made lake, right.
Rayburn began
65
was when it was fully formed. So still relatively a young.
Insane that fish didn't eat.
60-year-old fishery.
It's definitely changed a lot. I remember, fishing Rayburn as a kid and how much hydrilla was in the lake. And we still have, a grass fishery most years, but it's definitely changed over the years too. And like you say, it's still relatively new. Has a lot of the timber and stuff like that in it. But boy, those grass days, I still remember that stuff.
Every single one of those came out of that pile.
Tell us a little bit about how your day's going.
A little rougher than I'd hoped. Fish just don't seem to be setting up quite right yet so far today, but we still got some time to try to make something happen. Dang, that's frustrating. That was a bunch of quality fish that just came out of that pile. And I fully expected at least one of them to eat. Dadgummit.
Colby Bryant. We wondered how many anglers would make the long run. Normally when we launch from the top of the lake, Keith, everybody runs towards Jasper. When we launch in Jasper, they run towards the 147 bridge. A lot less water up there, but like you said, those fish have to be somewhere. So those drains, those bayous, they may hold them more. He's been really the only one who's spent most of his day above that bridge.
Yeah, I always think about one thing when I'm on Rayburn is what's the grass situation? And we don't have much grass, but what grass has been in the lake has been in that mid-lake or southern part of the lake. And it's always been my theory that the fish follow the grass to some extent. I mean, not every fish. There's still fish at the upper end of the lake. Winning fish are always at the upper end of the lake. But usually the hottest section of the Rayburn is the one that has at least a little bit of hydrilla in the pockets.
Looked at the long range weather. It's not going to really rain there till early March, and then it's like raining 2 or 3, 4 days in a row. That may help a little bit, but by then,
yeah, that would probably be good, to get some good cover in the water for the spawn, for the fry. March would be a good month for a rise.
I wonder how much stuff grows up now when the banks are exposed like that.
Oh. We might have took a wrong turn there.
That's not Jace Lindsay, but that is from Jace Lindsay's boat. We're seeing that. Mm-hmm. In the social media era. Oh.
He's making the most of it.
Waiting for a tow. It was a little hazy, a little foggy today.
The tide will not be coming in.
No.
I did not expect to see him wading in the water while I wait for a buddy to come get me or a towboat, U.S. something. Oh, man.
Our cameramen know what's up when something's up.
Well, at least know he's okay.
him and his fishing rod might have landed right there. I don't know. It depends on how hard he came to a stop.
You think he's just stuck in the mud right there?
He said, I'm gonna fish right here all day.
Yes, he is. Maybe all night.
Pake South still on top. Jace Lindsay in the boat and fishing, but watching some stuff go down in his area. We told you there wasn't a lot of water in Rayburn right now. It's a third empty, 2/3 full. Pake South just needs 411 to break 100 pounds for 3 days of fishing. Final day here, Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. Live coverage brought to you by Skeeter. We are in the great state of Texas, Jasper, Texas, where our takeoffs and weigh-ins have been. Umphrey's Family Pavilion will be there today at 3 o'clock when they check in so we can see the final 10 anglers who have survived Rayburn, who have thrived on Rayburn. We're gonna see a couple 30-pound bags cross the scales today. Some feats that anglers have never accomplished anywhere else. So we go out to our unofficial leader, Pake South. He was our day 2 leader, 34.4 yesterday. He's getting close, if not already topping that mark today. And this is earlier today, how he got started. We saw a bunch of 3.5 to 4 pound fish.
That's a nice start.
Keith, we noted from the beginning, we've seen a lot of anglers on the main lake, and we said Pake is up a creek arm, targeting a lot more fish that have spawning on the brain.
Yeah, he's in a different area, and almost every fish, if you notice, the Pake catches is a big fish. And he's caught a kicker. He's caught a huge fish every single day of this event, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you brought up an 8.5 pounder that he caught yesterday, and then I'd say about 10 minutes after you brought it up, he brings in this one, an 11 pounder possibly, 10 3/4 at least.
Oh my gosh, dude. Thank you, Jesus. Woo! Woo! Another double digit, let's go. Almost 11, woo!
And he says another double digit because he caught a 10-1 on day 1 of this tournament.
10-1 had his smallest day.
10-1 with 28 pounds. Yesterday he had 34.4 to take the lead by 5 pounds. Catches a 6+ pounder after the 11. Had 5 fish for 18 pounds. And his next 2 bites totaled 17.5 themselves. Since then he has upgraded most of his 3.5s to 4s. Added some others in between as well. Over the 30-pound mark, and this is his most recent upgrade. A 3-pound cull.
612 fish, Ronnie. After that, a 6'4", 10-12 he put on Bass Track, 5-0, and 4-4 for 33 even. 95.5 by 4 pounds sets our 3-day tournament record in Bassmaster history.
411 is what he needs, and so when you look at Bass Track, you have to think about the upgrade possibility. One sheer catch of a 9-pounder would get it done. But culling out that 4.4 is the first task to do so. So we're out to Pake live.
He's got till 3 p.m. Central, about 2.5 hours.
It's slowed down a little bit, but I need like a 4.5 pounder. A 4.5 pounder is my small fish, so I'm pretty much just head hunting now. We got a pretty big bag again. They're gonna have to catch them pretty dang good to pass us, I think. We're just head hunting, just looking for a giant. I've seen a few that didn't bite. we're just looking, trying to find a big one that's willing to eat. But it's been a blessed day. This whole tournament's been just awesome. Everything's just kind of fallen into place. Caught an absolute giant today, even bigger than the one I weighed in on the first day. So we're still head hunting, trying to find another one, put in there. I think I need like a 9-pounder to break 100 pounds. So we're looking for a big old 9-pounder. That's pretty much the plan for the rest of the day, just looking for an absolute giant one.
Is he listening to the show? He knows exactly everything. He knows he needs to get to 100. He knows what the record was to beat for the Opens, 90 pounds, 6 ounces. He did that. Knows he needs a 9-pounder or an 815. 815 will get it done. A 9-pounder is a little more sure, easier to say.
Currently looking at some absolute giant gar swimming around.
Reel it away from them, they chase it.
I think my buddy tagged y'all before.
So
I wouldn't want
things.
Yeah, I would imagine. You pick one up and it's just like
They look like spots.
Tell me about changing up and slowing down a little bit.
Well, been casting that plug for a while, haven't really gotten anything to go. Still seeing a couple fish on the screen, so we decided to pick up a sea rig and scratch the earth for a little bit, see if we can trick one into biting. But I'm about to just start looking around the area. You know, I mean, been sitting here for a while. There's still fish here, but if we don't pick one up here in a little bit with a Carolina rig, we're gonna move on a little bit, see what we can find. Go shake a minnow in their face. Maybe they'll bite it.
I'm glad we got old Andrew on the show today.
Yeah.
Carolina rigging, deep cranking. Come on, man.
That's the name of the game for
Yes,
South Texas.
He is bringing some class.
Hadn't killed since around 10 o'clock
Well,
this
he's
morning,
fixing.
so it's time, yeah.
He's fixing to. He sticks
Right
with that
window should-
Carolina rig. You bet you. You bet you.
You tell him, Keith.
Scratching the earth. Wants to scratch the earth a little bit.
He is. Come on, Andrew. Turn it on. Definitely gotten slower here lately for everybody, it seems. You know, even the guys who were, like I said, I kept up with Bass Track yesterday, and I did see some big moves happening later on around this time until 3 o'clock. I would think we would see that today.
Tell me about Rayburn bite windows, though. There's some lakes that have, you know, maybe time of year dependent at times where they bite. But we know you say you got to get it done early, that first hour. But is there normally a late day, afternoon? I know it's not always current dependent because they're not always pulling and receiving.
Yeah, usually I can think of so many times, good tournaments that I've had out there where there is that big flurry, but there's also something that happens, you know, 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and they don't get to fish the evenings, but Rayburn is probably one of the most fantastic lakes there is. The last 2 hours of daylight is just incredible. Everything is feeding on every spot. And a lot of times that is current driven, a lot of times that's when they're generating. But I mean, I expect to see some kind of uptick here before too long. The other thing that we're not seeing it, we're not seeing, other traffic on the lake. These guys are kind of, seems like they have the areas to themselves, but Saturday, this time of year on Rayburn, beautiful day like today, I guarantee you there's tons of boats moving around, and I see it time and time again. It really impacts that lake, especially those big main lake areas where everybody's at.
Big ball of shad, and we've got a couple fish.
And then behind it, the fish.
Yep. That one's coming. But eat it, buddy. He just wanted to investigate, I guess. Now you got a bunch of like smaller ones. You can see those. See how bright the bait is? They got the fish have got them all grouped up, pushed up tight, chasing them. But most of the ones that are chasing bait like that are just little ones. So I hadn't really been messing with them at all. But there's a bunch of fish in here feeding, chasing bait around. The big giant ones are a lot more lazy and just kind of roam around or pick a tree to sit on. So I've kind of been ignoring the smaller ones chasing the bait around. Yep, all submerged timber. You can see some of it sticking out everywhere around the boat. Just a big field of trees. These trees here are growing kind of along the edge of this creek channel. I'm kind of following the old creek channel back in here, and the trees are all growing like right around the edges of it. Oh, look at that gar. See him there at 40 foot.
In the boat with Pake South, our day 2 leader. Elite Series rookie, a lot less stress in this open. No need to worry about qualifying for the Elite Series. He has done that, but he is wanting to make the Bassmaster Classic. Never fished in a Classic. He's been to Classics since he was wee tall and 8 years old, so just a few years ago. And in a couple weeks, we will go to Knoxville, Tennessee, Fort Loudon, and Tellico for the 56th Bassmaster Classic. Pake South's trying to qualify for the next one. Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. Final day coverage here, the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open, Sam Rayburn Reservoir. We've got Keith Combs in studio with us. Otherwise, if he was in this event, I'd see his name on the leaderboard somewhere in our top 10 most likely. 2022 Opens champ, 3-time B.A.S.S winner joining us in studio and watching another Texan, 2 Texans battle it out at the top. Pake South from Winsboro, Texas, 4 pounds and 11 ounces from breaking 100 pounds for 3 days of competition. Jace Lindsay got an uphill battle, 80 pounds, 1 ounce today. Started 5 pounds back, and he's just got a low 20s bag, 21, 22,
he's 15
23.
pounds back, Ron. He's got 23 pounds today. You think he'd be okay with that, but when somebody goes 34 and then 33 pounds, what are you going to do? You got to go 40.
I mean, you never know when you're in that situation like Jace Lindsay is in, because look at the leader from day 1. Riley Harris had 36 pounds and then struggles on day 2. So
the bass, they'd go down there and they'd either bite or they wouldn't, and they'd either catch it or they'd ease off. The catfish, they'd run down there and they would thump it, and then you'd see them like freak out and they would just run off completely out of view of the screen.
it's very hard as a fisherman to, when you're in that top 10 and you know anything can happen, but you have a goal weight. And usually when I have I got to catch 25 pounds to have a chance of this thing. Yeah. I don't. I got to catch like 18. You know, it just happens. Yeah,
you overshoot it? Well, remind me of doing a story on Patrick Walters caught 30 pounds at Lake Fork. Of course, Lee Livesey caught 42. And he took his head. He said, all I can do is take my head off to him. You think you catch 30 pounds, it's enough.
Yeah, it just goes to show how crazy the sport is and how you really never know. Yeah, you might have a day like he had and catch 30 pounds, and that should do it, but somebody else just catches 42. Or, I mean, if there's been a lot of tournaments over the years where I was shooting for I got a fish for 5-pounders today, and really all I had to catch was some 3.5s. So it can go either way.
I've seen people lose the classics sitting on one fish for too long, thinking they needed a monster.
Absolutely, definitely see it there.
3-day event, yeah.
Yep.
It was a 3-day event, and we have the record in bass. Pake South right now has 95 pounds and change.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all probably don't have alligators at all.
Oh, yes, we do.
I think Pake was talking to his camera guy, who is John Scipione, and Scipione's from New York.
Okay, I see where we're going with this.
He hadn't looked in the sewers lately.
Yeah, exactly. They got Champy, they just don't have any gators.
Yeah, they got Champy. They got us on that. All right.
They got a bunch of them in Fork. Bunch. There's more alligators here though than I've seen more alligators here than almost anywhere else I've been. Okeechobee's got a bunch, but you don't see a lot of them.
Giant 10-pounder. If this is gonna work.
The last day of the EQ at Okeechobee, we were running back to.
Why will you not eat it?
Andrew hooked up. As Jace says, why won't they eat it? See, Andrew, you don't need those. You don't need those.
He looked a lot bigger than that. Yep. Just see if we can try to get something a little bit bigger going. Moved out a little bit, just picking up a small worm. Still seeing them, just they got smart. So had to change it up a little bit, throwing around an eco worm. About to pick my minnow back up too. My personal best coming into this tournament was 8.5, and I beat it 2 times. I beat it yesterday with a 9.4, and then today with the 11. So, pretty phenomenal place. Yeah, these are all spots. It's kind of what I thought they were going to be, but. We're getting bites though. It's something. I think we might go to a different lake and try, but yeah. Land of Giants is in Texas. It's been a blessed day to say the least. But we ain't done yet. We're gonna keep grinding.
This is his 21st B.A.S.S. entry into a tournament. He'll probably earn more this week than his 7,500 and the other 20 events.
I think he's having his best time this week for sure. 11-pounder, 9-pounder, same week.
One he will long remember.
27
never forget.
27-pound bag, 30+ pound bag. And when you weigh 30 with bass, you hold all 5 up. That's a cool picture to have.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. 3 times already.
So in the open, if you get to 100 pounds, do you get a century belt like you do on the Elite Series?
We've never done it. I would assume you do.
Just didn't think you'd have to worry about that, right?
Didn't ever see that necessarily coming. Now, I've always thought about doing something for like.
Probably be a more special one, wouldn't it? Now in 3 days.
All the fighters and the combs and those 3-day AOI ones. When you're at 78 pounds, you are on pace for 100.
Oh yeah.
Like, I would love to just put a live camera in your boat. You just go one more day. Tournament's done. I just want to see you catch 22, and then you can put it on the trailer and go home. Say you caught 100 for 3 or 4 days. You know, on smallmouth.
Yeah.
That was before we had ever done that.
Well, I think they need a century belt or something if he gets to 100 today. Maybe not a belt. Maybe like a golden sea urchin or something like that. You think? Yeah, I remember that.
Come on, guy.
The tournament at Fork, the 110-pound tournament at Fork, and like other guys in that tournament were saying, dude, you need to tell them you need to go back out and break the Falcon record. Well, that's not the format, but that would
be very cool. Yeah.
I mean, I'm down for that, but it was one of those places I went home after the tournament, but I really probably should have went back out there because there's just so few opportunities to all the stars line up like that week or the week these guys are having on Rayburn right now. It's just, it is. I mean, we've said it, it's like a broken record, but the perfect storm for these big fish to show up. But there's actually, not every year is there a day like, or a week like this on any lake. And they're hitting it just right with the water level and the conditions. And just Mother Nature letting them set out there on these places that have these fish. You know, the wind's not blowing 20 miles an hour.
Fixing to get it. I got her, big butt.
Oh.
Yes. That one should help. She was fat, she'd be really big. She's just skinny.
Healthy looking fish though.
That's a great fish.
It's a nice fish.
Almost a 4
nice
pounder
fish.
for the
Nice
number
little fella.
2. If you would stop, I would throw you back in the lake.
Not again.
Don't get used to culling like that, Fisher. And that's 2 times in a row, 2 tournaments in a row. That is a cull either way. Riding the hot streak is like the only thing Fisher and I is hating right now, too, is we don't have a tournament next weekend.
Yep.
He's over 25. He's young enough. He could get in the college series. Starts next week at Rayburn. They're going to be picking up. We'll have to get your thoughts on what this looks like for those guys next week with another week of maybe warm weather. Pake South, still 411 from the century mark. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens, presented by Battery Tender, is sponsored by Ranger Boats.
by Rapala and by Mountain Dew. Rolling on here with an hour left in our coverage. 2 hours left in the fishing day for these anglers who are out on Sam Rayburn. See a lot in this western arm, the main arm of Sam Rayburn. A couple anglers have poked their head in that eastern portion of the fishery, and that is where our leader is, Pake South. Our day one leader, we're in the boat with right now Riley Harris. A little bit of a struggle these last 2 days. He had 20 pounds yesterday, a big step down from 37 on day one. And today, just 2 fish, falling to 10th place. But he's really bounced around today, Keith, to try to make something happen. He told us that he had lost track of his school. They had fizzled out, and he was having to piece it together today.
Yeah, he's picking up one here and one there, but having a tough day. Hooked up with a decent fish here, but definitely way off that pace from the first day. He's got a glide bait about 4.5 pounds on the front deck. I sure would like to see him pick that up, sling it around a little bit.
And you wonder, as these schools accumulate, you know, these big groups accumulate, how long that big group for Behnke and Hamlin has been there together. Maybe Riley's group was a fizzling group. You know, like he didn't catch them the first few days they formed. He caught them the last few days as they're making their transition. So maybe those 3 days of practice, it would have been, he could have caught 100 pounds there, you know.
Oh, yes.
And but he gets a great day one out of it, manages 20 pounds on day 2, making the final day. He knew, hey, it's gonna be an uphill battle because they're not where they're supposed to be anymore, and has fallen to 10th like he said he could. But good showing in your home state, no doubt.
Oh yeah, definitely good showing. And I'm sure if you could probably talk to 50 guys out of the top 100 in this tournament, they probably had those type of days we were talking about in pre-practice, you know, coming after that cold weather when you still had some groups of fish that were maybe more in a winter mode, and now we've had all this warm weather and the water temperature's warmed up, you know, 5 or 6 degrees. Lots have changed, and that's even more of a strange deal with the 2 guys sitting on one spot and just cracking them every single day. You know, they've done that, obviously found those fish in practice and then caught them every single day out of the same spot. Not a lot of spots like that on the lake right now.
Reminds me of Falcon a little bit with Aaron Martins. He left the spot that he was sharing that they're just monsters. And he could have won that event and maybe set even higher record.
I do remember that tournament.
We head back out to Andrew Behnke, kind of the star of the show. Pake South's got the lead, been doing fantastic. But Andrew Behnke's been the star of the show so far. An 11-1 earlier today, guys, was really the thing that fired up the broadcast. He had some small fish earlier in the morning, catches a 6 for his first big sign, and then this 11-pounder. One of the biggest fish we've ever seen for the Bassmaster Opens.
I don't know, Keith, did we even think it was over 10 when it first came in? At first look at it, we didn't think it was, we thought it was a 9+ maybe.
Yeah,
not 11 necessarily.
I feel like we shorted Andrew a little bit with our excitement there, but you know what? I don't think he cares. It's 11 pounds.
He didn't care. He's got almost 30 pounds today.
That's right.
Doing great.
Andrew Behnke, like we talked about, 11-pounder, and we've got some baits here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section. I got Keith Combs joining me over here. And Keith, we're talking specifically about the baits that have produced double-digit quality fish today. We're going to save the crankbait for last because that's your forte. You're the expert with that. We've got the Crush City Janitor that Ryland Hamlin caught that 9.5 to 10-pounder on. He's using it Nico style. Instead of a minnow, a lot of these anglers have been approaching it with that had Nico rigged, straight tail worm, and Hamlin was able to utilize that, really not getting a lot of bites early when they were towards the bottom on a crankbait, but as they've changed and suspended, he's done that. Meanwhile, this isn't even close to the urchin style. We will have those for the second half of the elite season, but a dice style bait. This bait that's a solid mass in the middle. You can Nico rig hook it. You can put a weight in the bottom of it as well and vary that to control the rate of fall. But Pake South and so many others have been utilizing this. We see Pake catch a 10-12. It is really just a blob, a presence in the water column that they can keep in the strike zone for those fish. So those are two baits and presentations we've seen catch big ones. Now, Keith, tell us about why the plug, a 6 or 8XD on Sam Rayburn, is such a big bass catcher.
Well, I think there's two reasons. I mean, one is it targets a depth zone that those fish live in a lot of their life, that 12 to 18 feet. So it does a very good job of staying in that depth range. It is a bait fish imitator. I mean, this color right here is the color of a gizzard shad swimming through the water column. But the main thing I think that gets those bigger bites is the deflection. You know, being able to take that 6XD and hit that clay bottom or hit those, you know, stumps and get that deflection is a lot of times what triggers that bite. So that's going to always be a staple on Rayburn.
One big thing you talked about, because Andrew Behnke's been talking about the saddle. We obviously see the island, the low water has that funnel there. You've got that creek channel from the main lake dumping into the creek. And you said that the 6XD and the 8XD are great baits for when they make contact, that they will ride it all the way down. You don't have to, you can get it deeper than expected because it will follow the contours much better. Explain that.
Right, so there's a lot of really good crankbaits out there, but a lot of times crankbaits, to me, they overreact when they hit something. A 6XD, you know, hits a piece of cover, deflects off to the side, and then comes right back to diving again. So it doesn't roll up and come up 4 feet.
Doesn't blow out.
Doesn't blow out. It reacts very quickly.
Well, that's the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section with Keith Combs about a couple baits that have produced double digits.
Sir? Oh, okay. Yep, it is, it's been a slow day. I've been anticipating this. It's just, I knew my stuff was gonna start fading. And it really has today, but I mean, still, even just trying to get a limit with scope, it's just, has not worked out.
If you're just joining us, Riley Harris, 36.15 on day one, the largest single day opens bag in history. Now can say Sam Rayburn was the place, and he's got a little bit of a bait switch up. We've seen him utilizing a couple different things today. He caught one on a scrounger earlier. Still piecing together 3 fish. He still needs 2 more to fill his limit, match everyone else in the top 10.
our opens records, Florida has dominated our top 5 heaviest bags and top 5 heaviest fish. The bag of 36.15 is going to be 3.5 pounds bigger than Scott Martin's, and Pake South's 34.4 is going to get in there. What he has today could get ahead of that 33.2, and then the total weight of 90 pounds 6 ounces. Okeechobee 2024 as well. It's going to be surpassed. But the individual fish, Kyle Fox's Kissimmee chain 12.5 from 2007 is the biggest. Our 11, what was it, Ronnie?
14.
11.14, yeah. It will be second. Jared Miller, Harris chain, 2012 has a 11.10. And Garrett Rockamora, Toho 11.9, and then Bobby Lane 11.8. And we got 11.7 here.
So Florida and Texas hold all of the top 10?
For the opens, yeah.
For the opens.
Well, now that we're going to knock back Daryl Davis's 11.5 from Chickamauga.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Everything's bigger in Texas. And this week we are showing it. Sam Rayburn, she gives and she takes. Last year, weather and the wind reared its ugly head, and we had one day. Well, we get 3 days of it, and this is what it produces. 61 pounds down there for Riley Harris through 3 days, all the way up to 95 pounds, 5 ounces for Pake South. He's still in search of the Century Club.
That's like 2,000.
Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. We were just talking records during the break, and we have records falling here at Sam Rayburn this week. Still have that record we were just referencing, Dean Rojas's single day 45 pound 2 ounce at Lake Toho in 2001. Still the single biggest 5 fish limit. We almost broke it with Lee Livesey at Lake Fork a couple years ago. Terry Scroggins final day of Falcon in 08, almost with 44 pounds. Crazy story about that. Back in the day they had tapes in the camera, VHS tapes, you know. And the cameraman that was with Terry Scroggins was filming him. Obviously it all happened so fast in the morning. It was on one tape. They had this stack of tapes on the back deck that they would switch out during the day. They got on pad and all the tapes fell off. Oh my God. Luckily he still had the early morning tape in the camera, and they did not lose the 44 pounds that Terry Scroggins
That would have been bad. That was such an awesome bag of fish you had.
Incredible.
I still remember, I wasn't fishing the Elite Series then, but I remember watching Terry try to hold those fish up on stage, and they're just going crazy.
Tripp's got 2, and it's
they're
shaking
and it's a different kind of shake from a falcon fish.
Out with our leader, Pake South. Started the day with a 5 pound lead. It's now 15 pounds, and he is only 411 worth of culls from breaking 100 pounds for 3 days.
You talk about those tournaments like that. If anybody's watching Bass Live today, this is awesome. This is an awesome show. Rayburn is kicking them out, but if you didn't, I'll never forget that tournament in Florida where Rojas won and Aaron jacked him and Mark Davis.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you haven't seen that footage, go find it. Go back and watch that. That's some of the coolest times in bass fishing. Or that Falcon show, you know, when Paul set the
all-time weight
record, and Scroggins just about won it. I think he had one bad day, but I think that was what else happened in that. The Aaron Martins and Byron Velvet.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah,
I think they shared the house foundation spot.
I think Davey had like 87 pounds and got 25th. Like didn't get to fish the final day with 87 pounds, and you're like, I would have broke 100 too.
So go. If you haven't seen those tournaments, make it a point to go back and watch that footage. That is what it's all about.
We recently, to kick off the 2026 on YouTube, put the Falcon Lake show on YouTube again in a better resolution form, and just revisiting some of the giant deals. So I might have to go dig up the Kissimmee Chain 2001 tournament.
I think I will too. It's been a while since I watched that, but if you're ever having a bad day, go watch that. It'll pick you up.
Yeah, it'll pick you up, or it'll make you like, someone's catching them and I'm not, and they were catching them better. You know, it might fix you.
They were all catching 10-pounders. It was awesome. Sight fishing. Sight fishing them. Come on now.
And for that to be, that Falcon tournament, to be the first time we'd ever been there, you're taking a risk going somewhere way off the beaten path, and then for it to produce like that, I mean, it blew people's minds. I mean, everyone's got Scott Campbell caught a 13-pounder, you know, in that one. And it's like just 56 it's incredible.
To 50 to this morning.
I had been down there a lot at that time, and I mean, I'd seen what that lake could produce and just how much different it was, how special a place it was. And for the people that, you know, had been down there, it was kind of like, oh no, our little secret's getting exposed. But
well, that's happened again in Texas the last few years with O.H. Ivy. Is that a place that was at the weigh-ins talked about and it wasn't national yet, or is that because it's not nearly as big? It is well off the beaten path.
Yeah, it is. It's desolate in that part of the world, kind of like Falcon. But no, Ivy has always been, you know, like, I can remember fishing that lake when it was semi-full and it was new, and then it filled up again, and I was going down there, and when it's got water, it's always producing giants. It's just got the right ingredients, the right kind of grass, the right kind of forage. Ivy has some giant fish, but the interesting thing about that place is it never stays full. In fact, I think it's only been full when it first was impounded.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Filled up before they thought it would, and it's never been full again.
So is it one of those things where no one fished it for a couple years and then people started going and that's where it exploded lately? Or is it just going through a really good cycle?
It was extremely low.
Or the technology aspect. Now we're seeing, because the way you have to fish that lake, maybe it was harder to access those fish prior to this?
Well, yeah, that's definitely opened up some of the, you know, big fish being caught, you know, with live scope out in the trees. But
let's say I want to stick up shallow and then I look out.
No, I have friends that were going down there just catching them, you know, big bags cranking. The lake was low, and when it comes back up, it just has a lot of cover. It has a lot of
I just don't know if they'll
just
go
little
down
salt cedars and little willows and stuff that go around the bank, and it just doesn't take that lake very long to respond to that higher water.
A press release from TWP Texas Fish and Game and Fish in their Share Lunker program. Hordes Creek, you ever heard of that? Near Coleman. It became the 80th fishery in Texas to have a Share Lunker bass caught in it.
Wow.
80.
80th lake in Texas?
80.
Can you even name 80 lakes?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't even know that was a lake. That's a new one on me. It must be a
it's
small lake.
the first timer, I think. And it set the lake record.
Well, you can tell what Texas has done is working because Arkansas and other states are adopting it, and you can start to see the immediate impacts of Arkansas lakes under this style of management and treatment from Texas Parks and Wildlife and all of the wildlife commissions in other states.
I talked to the Arkansas guys, and they said they visited Texas 100 times to look and emulate and copy and learn from their program. It's 40th year.
Yeah.
Share Lunker this season.
Yeah, that's.
They built a facility modeled after the one in Athens. Right out here in Lone Oak. Fish hatchery.
That means rice and fish hatcheries that's what East Arkansas is going to be now. If we can make it so good that
forget ducks and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's just seasonal, you know. Bass is all year, except when we freeze over for a week. Don't know what to do.
We had a good freeze. You have a good freeze? Did it get you that far south?
Oh yeah,
we did get a lot of. How much precip?
It rained the night before, then everything froze. Like trees down and trees breaking was the main thing. Yeah,
freezing rain, because we had like sleet, and snow, but it added up. And
What's
it got
the
icy.
difference in freezing rain and sleet, Such?
It's freezing rain freezes once it hits whatever's down, and sleet is already frozen when it comes down. Little pellets.
Oh, good. I didn't know if that was one of those mostly cloudy,
Yeah, mostly
partly sunny type of thing where it's just however you're looking, right? Do you believe in that too? I have a problem with meteorologists saying partly cloudy versus saying mostly sunny. That's the same thing. If it's partly cloudy, it is mostly sunny.
I don't believe anything a meteorologist says.
Yeah, well, they were saying it was going to get sunny today.
They have lied to me my
Hey,
whole
Riley's
life.
got another one.
How about
Needs this one.
Yeah, how about the wind's not going to blow it? You heard that one before?
Yeah. Not at Rayburn, but
Measure that on
if
land.
I was fishing, it would be blowing.
Not on the water.
keeper number 4. Fishing can be easy as it gets, like a day one 37-pound bag, and then it's just a struggle to fill a limit sometimes. But boy, you can learn so much on those tough days.
I think Riley set his standards a little high that first day, at 36 pounds. It's just hard to do that every day.
That's why I said I'm so glad we didn't have Rayburn as our first open of the year, our first broadcast, because everything after that might be lower than expected. And I'm glad this is the 4th in 4 weekends for us. We started Kissimmee Chain,
Just a couple
set the standard high. Gunnersville, awesome. Lake Martin has its moments of intriguing competition, tight weights. Everybody has a chance to win.
Yeah.
And then wrapping up our 4-week stretch with the records.
So you're saying we just need to start on the Sabine River every year and just kind of ease
Get better as we go.
Yeah, you're definitely going to get better.
I wonder. No, we've seen the Sabine in February.
We did.
We did indeed start the year. One year, I think 2015, we started in Texas there. We are in Texas for the second open of the year, the first of Division II, and boy, Big Sam has played nicely this week. We'll be back with a little bit more in just a minute. Turtlebox Bassmaster Opens presented by Battery Tender. So glad to have both of them on board with the Opens this year, and our live coverage today brought to you by Skeeter. Man, these visuals, Wes Miller, you do great work every event, but boy, these visuals teach you so much about this fishery. The little channels, ditches, how flat some of this is. Helps explain the highway that these fish will be on from this week going forward as they get closer to the spawn. As we head out to Andrew Behnke and Ryland Hamlin, this has been the spot of the tournament. The most weight caught off this general area. We saw a 30-pound bag today from Andrew Behnke there, an 11-pounder. We also have a 9.5 to 10 from Ryland Hamlin. Both of them making the top 10. Both have multiple days over 25 pounds. And Behnke has moved from 7th to 3rd right now, looking to take home a couple extra bucks and some hardware. Top 3 get trophies, and it's great points in hopes of making the EQs to then get to the Elite Series by the time November rolls around.
It kind of flip-flopped their days. Behnke started 21.4, then 27.2. And Hamlin was 28 on day 1, 28.5, and then about 19 pounds on day 2. A lot of weight out of this one area if all their fish were taken from there.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got perfect conditions overall. You know, the lake is 9 feet down, but weather-wise, Keith, the weather's been warm enough. The water's been warming. The wind has laid down, and as we take a look at the Deep Dive app, I've got the wave impacts. You can see it in the top right here. You can go all the way down this column and choose water clarity, stream flow. Maybe you're on a fishery that's got a lot of rain and you want to know where it's going to flow into. Water inflows as well, that's more specific. But that wave impact, that's one thing you want to keep an eye on when you get to Sam Rayburn, what direction and intensity the wind is going to be. When you take a look at Thursday's wind, it's not too bad for Rayburn. It really laid down in yesterday. Very minimal wind at Rayburn, blowing from the north to northeast. Today, the wind has really laid down and it's been very minimal overall. But from way in, you start to see that red pop in from the north,
blowing straight down the gut of Rayburn.
Whoa.
It's 1:30 right now, and as you start to scroll through weigh-in, you see all the orange and red showing up on the banks. That shows the direction and intensity of the wave, and that whole main drag is going to be really bumpy, and it's going to do that for the next 36 hours or so, at least 24 hours as you get through. One other thing that you can do is check out the bottom left of your deep dive app. You can check out the water level, the lake level. Keith was talking about it. It's been 9 feet low or so. It's been 9 1/4 according to these charts. And over the last week, it has risen about 1/4 foot, maybe almost half a foot. And you can see every day coming up an inch or two as now the increments. Sometimes you get to a Lake Tenkiller like we were last year. You can see it change by a foot each day. A lot of different opportunities for you to choose from. You can check out the water or the air temperature, the solar and lunar patterns, sunrise, sunset, so you know safe light, all those different options. But wind is something you want to look at, no doubt, when you're heading to Big Sam Rayburn. And I'll say,
not very big
if
anyway.
you turn on the TV and see a meteorologist, it may not cover a lake as good as it might tell you what the weather is on land, because lakes are always, wind is always a little bit more, it's always a little bit colder, it's always a little bit more extreme, whatever it is. Yeah. The Deep Dive app has been a pretty good predictor of our wind direction day to day, so you can look future and say, hey, is this spot gonna get blown out in a day or two, or am I safe?
I'm gonna have to check it out, Ronnie.
Water clarity is a really cool one as well. When you get those sunny days a couple days in a row, it'll really get a good readout, and you'll be able to see what backs of creeks are dirtiest. That is maybe a limit for Riley Harris. It's been a struggle.
I never thought I would be struggling to get a limit this bad on Sam Rayburn, but I knew that was going to happen eventually. Just hoping it was going to slack off a little bit or last a little longer than it did. Ton of fish right here. A couple big ones running around with them. Oh, good God.
Four box with Pake South, your leader in the top left. Jace Lindsay started the day in second, still in second. On the right, Andrew Behnke in third, and Fisher Anaya in fifth. Remember, for the Opens this year, we have 8 cameras on the final day. Brody Robinson is fourth unofficially right now. A big move for him from 9th to 4th. We've seen 2 big moves. Behnke from 7th to 3rd. Brody from 9th to 4th. This guy's definitely gaining some.
He's got 26.5 pounds, Brody does, Ron. He's got a 7'1", 6'1", caught from 10:30, 11:30, and the other ones are all 4+. He's got a pretty decent bag.
We've seen Brody in our College Classic bracket in the past. I believe he was in the Milford Lake one. He was the other Montevallo team that was in the bracket along with Easton Fothergill a few years ago.
22-year-old from Dawson, Alabama. Just a lot of college events with us, 32. Total entries in B.A.S.S. Tucker Smith beat him in the semifinals, Ronnie.
Yeah, it's always good when you
Milford.
have a built-in excuse. Hey, I was in the bracket against Tucker Smith and Easton Fothergill. Cut me some slack. Like, you're blaming me for not beating them? Look what they've done.
Sitting on the water, looks like a big tarantula.
I was just thinking, this has got to be the first time in the history of coverage that you don't see a crawfish-colored red-eyed shad in February on Rayburn. Ever, right?
Or a bladed jig. I haven't seen a bladed jig get thrown either. That's obviously a lack of grass. We've seen Rayburn in the past with grass, but you say it changes so much, so it's not always there. But yeah,
I got some
these
friends
ditches
that have been fishing. They're not really, scope fishermen. They're catching them good still without grass on red-eye shads, just on little bars and channel swings and things like that. They'll relate to those stumps. Those fish are there. I'm not saying you could catch as much weight as Pake has caught, but it sure was fun to watch.
The Gunnersville, we saw a lot of bladed jigs. We saw a lot of lipless as well.
Yeah.
We saw someone throwing a minnow without forward facing as well, with the birds diving.
Jamie Hartman.
And then we got to see an OG hollow body swim bait, young money minnow from Stetson come out to play. It was so interesting watching that Gunnersville event. Where, if you don't mind, where did you choose to live since you had top 20 there on the lake? Were you one of the Miracle Mile guys, or did you have a couple areas you bounced around?
No, I was in that Miracle Mile. In some really good areas. I was in a crowd the first day, and leader we were sharing water. It was just kind of a matter of who got to the spot first. But after that, I kind of broke away from the pack, and I got on this one stretch and had it to myself. But it was still in that vicinity of the lake, and I caught all my fish, winding the thunder cricket, red-eye shad, hardliner, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was cold. It was miserable, but man, it's Gunnersville, and
it's crazy to see how shallow they were getting on some drone shots.
Yeah.
Because the water was so clear. Mm-hmm. We saw some fish eat a bladed jig on a drone because of how shallow they were and how clear it was.
It is crazy how clear, just in general, with all that eelgrass that's in Gunnersville now, how clear that water is. It kind of hurts my confidence. Sometimes I'm like, man, I want a little bit more stain, but those fish are out there, and that lake is probably fishing as good as it ever has right now. Just doesn't produce those, and I know it does produce huge fish, but you don't see a lot of those 9, 10-pound fish like we see at Rayburn, but the number of 5 to 7s in Gunnersville is amazing.
Coming at me, and then he just stops.
It was very interesting how the leaderboard looked on the lake. First 2 days, it was going down waterfront and up, in terms of the leaderboard, your top guys. Then there was a little bit of a switch on day 2 where the all reds region, started to factor, and you have Cherry and Blaylock and Hartman have big days, and then they're a part of it. And then that ends up being 3 of the 4 top finishers down there. Less pressure, but boy, it was very weird to see 0 bass get weighed on Bass Track on our map on a single bridge at Gunnersville.
I tried to keep them honest. They just, I don't know, those areas get so much pressure.
Not a single bass in Spring Creek in Browns. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. Another great fishery. We're talking about Lake Gunnersville. Little thoughts back to the Elite Series start of the season. This is the start of Division 2 for the Bassmaster Opens, and what a start it is here at Sam Rayburn. We have 15 minutes when we come back. Welcome back to the Turtlebox Bassmaster Open at Sam Rayburn Reservoir, the most visited venue in B.A.S.S history, dating back to the first 10 years of this lake's existence. Had Rick Clunn tell stories about Toledo Bend
And Sam Rayburn, when they were in their infant stages, those days back when the timber wasn't manicured yet, or at least controlled somewhat, you can see someone's been driving the banks on that. Welcome into the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster studio. I'm Ronnie Moore. That's Mike Sucon. We've got B.A.S.S. multi-time winner Keith Combs and Sam Rayburn, legend and expert, in studio with us. Keith, appreciate you making the drive from Texas, from the banks of Sam Rayburn up here to bestow some knowledge. Man, this tournament has played out somewhat like a lot of the experts have thought, but boy, we got to see some twists and turns, a couple close to 10 pounds and bigger today on the final day on a couple different baits, one bait that you have an affinity for sure.
Well, yeah, we got to see big 6 or 8 XD fish caught. That was really cool. But just a number of 10-pound fish, 10, 11-pound fish that have been caught in this event. That's always surprising. You know that they live in Rayburn, but you never know they're going to show up. And some guys have caught multiple 10-pounders in 1 week.
So tell me, if we have a Strike King Bassmaster College Series event here next week at Sam Rayburn, give a little preview of. Yes, we see how they're catching them right now, but give it another week of decent weather, no setbacks. How do we feel that the weights will be for a 2-day event there?
I think they're going to be extremely good. There is a cold front coming, so no guarantee that the guys are going to get out there and get this calm weather like they've had. So that's going to make it very difficult to fish offshore if they get the wind. But temperatures will drop. I mean, we got some fish that are trying to pull up on beds right now as these guys are fishing. They're mostly fishing for staging fish, but I could see, maybe areas like where Pake South is probably going to win the tournament, maybe getting a little bit tougher in there after a front, but they're going to come right back quickly. So probably the same type of patterns and some really big weights caught.
So if they don't bite in practice in an area, Such, don't give up on it. Maybe they'll come back. And I'm not saying you because you're in the tournament. You've ran out of NIL and eligibility, but
unfortunately,
some other thoughts. You've gathered a lot of stats. We've had 3 days of stuff. Tell me about Rayburn.
Texas is swinging back at Florida. We're going to have the single-day weight record from Sam Rayburn, the overall 3-day tournament record in bass history, and the second biggest fish ever caught in an open.
Well, it's been a fantastic Division II start. Last year, Division II was riddled with poor weather. A couple events that were not the full 3-day events. We have gotten 3 days of great fishing here at Sam Rayburn, record-setting conditions. Let's go out with Pake South, who with 15 minutes left in our broadcast and an hour left in the tournament day, is still your unofficial leader by a pretty decent margin over Jace Lindsay. He needs a good hour, a 9-pounder or a couple other culls to be able to break 100 pounds for 3 days.
You can kind of see that wind starting to come across the water where Behnke's sitting. It's fixing to get rough. The spot he's on is probably one of the most exposed to that big northwest wind.
Yes, if it was a straight east wind, that island protects that channel somewhat.
I don't know.
But
I think I have enough, but also we're at Rayburn, so I mean, they're gonna have to catch the crap out of them. Jace is. I really think the only people that have got a shot to beat me is Jace and Riley. But I think Jace has got to have like almost 39, I think. I don't, if my math is correct.
You ever seen that down here?
There's been some 40+ pound bags caught. Usually in February too, but it's usually a lot colder when you see those giant bags. And it's usually like when you see the giant bags, it's usually like a pull up on one spot and there's just a school of absolute giants down there. And one of the schools could show up today, but they hadn't been here. They hadn't been set up. Everything's been scattered, so I don't really see that big of a bag getting caught, but you never know. So we'll find out in about an hour.
Every time he speaks, he keeps showing how intelligent he is. And it's crazy that he's got 33 today,
stuff right there.
95, and he's still worried that somebody could catch him and actually beat him.
I mean, it is Rayburn, and those type of things
down all the way, and it works way
will
better.
definitely always creep into your mind.
Now, when you won here back in 2022, you had to rally.
Oh, yeah.
You were the guy creeping in the backs of other people's minds.
That tournament was so much different. You were just worried about getting a bite.
It's October, wasn't it?
It was October, but it was not a normal. Some Octobers are phenomenal. The last 2 Octobers were, most days I could catch over 20 pounds on that lake. But that year, it had been such a hot summer, and so many fish were just suspended out in the abyss.
Doldrummy type.
They're out there chasing bait, and they're so hard to target, moving so fast.
This is our 37th B.A.S.S. tournament on this. I was looking at a couple double winners on here. Bill Dance, the 6th ever B.A.S.S. event was on Rayburn. The All-American in 1968. Denny Brower won twice. Here's Shaw Grigsby.
Yep. Shaw was a beast. He was bringing that sight fishing gig down here and kicking butt.
There's Tommy Martin won here. Ricky Green, John Powell, Harold Hayes.
What a fun day at Rayburn. Couple 30-pound bags, couple double-digit bass. What a day it'll be. Whoever the weighmaster is, got to put the fish on the scales. Hank Weldon's going to call the show, but he's always got a nation volunteer there. They're going to be doing some heavy lifting. They're going to look a little swole going to dinner tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Muscles get a little bigger from lifting all these bass. Not quite the record, Such.
Nope.
The all-time boater record for an open is 6,500 pounds at the St. Lawrence. We're at 6,100 so far this week.
Right.
And I would say you add another probably 200 pounds to that today. Going to be just shy of the all-time overall tournament weight, but it's going to definitely put its place in the record books. Individual big bags, individual big bass, all-time winning rate, all of those records have been affected by the lake that we call Sam Rayburn. Pake South, our unofficial leader, as we close out our coverage today.
We will hope for one more hour of goodness, maybe some fireworks to break 100 pounds, but either way, the all-time weight record. Andrew Behnke, have a day, son. 7th place up to 3rd, 11-pounder. His PB broke in 2 days in a row. The Wisconsin firefighter, boy, there was fireworks, illegal or legal fireworks going off in that boat today. Talk about Pake South's big day, 10 3/4 pounder right here. We saw a few minutes after this, Ryland Hamlin with a 9.5 to 10 pounder on Andrew and Ryland's spot. By far, we saw the best spot on the lake this week, and we have seen the best angler on Sam Rayburn this week show out. Boy, it'll be a fun weigh-in an hour's time. Check it out, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Bassmaster.com. You can check out the coverage as well on our website throughout the rest of the weekend. Got coverage on YouTube as well. We'll have weigh-ins uploaded to the bonus channel, highlights to the main channel. Sam Rayburn, thank you for letting us fish for 3 days to experience how good you are. Keith Combs, appreciate you being in studio as well.